You guys resolved everything, right?
We did.
Excellent.
We're just wrapping up.
Perfect.
Do you have any final comments?
All right. Very nice. Thank you, everyone. Mayor Pro Tem Maloney, do you want to continue on so I know where we are in the meeting? Oh, you hadn't started.
We have not started the meeting.
Excellent.
We were taking a break, waiting for you to show up.
Such a long meeting that we thought
Okay.
we would just wait till you showed up.
All right, very good. Well, welcome everyone. Thank you so much for joining this afternoon for our budget retreat. And interestingly, I got a number of emails about people really concerned that we were going on a retreat. So I had to explain, we call this a retreat, but we really just have a very long meeting that we do in City Hall, where we do all of our other meetings. So I think in the future, maybe we should just call it the budget meeting
Really long,
and avoid
budget.
any confusion. So thank you all so much, and thank you to the staff for all the work that goes into this first meeting. Just a reminder to folks, this is just a preliminary meeting, so council can give input and we can really start to shape the budget. This is in no way final, and it's not the public hearing for the budget either. We'll have that later on. So this is really an opportunity. That's part of why we call it a retreat. It's really an opportunity for the council to get a deep dive into this budget process and help to shape where it's going forward. So with that, I'll turn it over to our interim city manager, Megan Davis.
Good afternoon, Mayor, City Council. Nice to see everybody. I'd like to welcome you and staff and members of the public to the 2023-24 budget retreat. So this is one of the first steps in the biennial budget development. It's really the first public step, although we've been working behind the scenes for several months on putting this information together for you. So today we're going to walk through several documents and processes related to the development of the biennial budget. The discussion will be led by Director Watson and I, as well as the city's management team. We have several directors here in the room, and then we do have a few who are in remotely, so you'll see them on your Zoom today. A lot of the discussion that we've been hearing today, or recently, just kind of externally, is how this is truly an unprecedented time. And with a global pandemic and economic challenges like inflation and labor market shifts, and then, of course, in Louisville, we've had the addition of a catastrophic wildfire that has deeply impacted our community. So today, when we talk about the budget, you'll see many ways in which these factors have influenced our budget at this preliminary stage. We have some work to do together to address these impacts and as we move forward with the budget development. So we look forward to working with City Council. This retreat is an opportunity for you to provide some guidance and direction to the operational budget and the capital improvements plan. And in the next month, we'll finalize the city manager's recommended budget, and we'll have more opportunities with council to bring that back and have further discussion. So we do have a lot to cover today, so I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to Director Watson and get started.
Okay, thank you, Megan. I just need to, I can't function without multiple screens anymore, so let me, yeah, okay. Thank you. Okay, well, as Megan said, this is a very unique time, and I'm sure this is going to be a very unique budget retreat, and I got a ton of slides here, but I'm not going to go through them all. So I'd appreciate if you could tell me I'm going too slow, too fast, I don't want to hear about it, skip to the end, whatever you'd like. I mean, please, I'd appreciate any input on the presentation. So, first of all, we have 5 sections of the retreat. We're going to talk about actually, I'm not going to talk about the budget process and financial policies. I have a section in the packet for that, and if you have any questions, let me know. The first thing we'll do is do a 2021 year in review, similar to what we did at the Finance Committee, so it'll be very similar to that format. I'm going to talk about revenue and expenditure projections, and then we'll talk briefly about the capital improvement plan. We'll go into the financial forecast where all this leads us. And then if we want to come back to the capital improvement plan, we can talk about the details. So that's kind of just in general what I have planned. Are you getting, is that me and my hearing aids? Or what?
If everybody could just check their microphone and make sure the microphones are off, and then beyond that, it might be interference.
Okay. Is there a way to do that? Okay.
Stand a little further back.
Okay. All righty. Okay.
Give me a second. You can start.
Okay. So first of all, like I said, I'm not going to go through the processes that is in the first section of the retreat. But I did want to present a budget calendar. As Megan stated, we hope to bring the city manager's recommended budget back to city council on September 20th. And then we have the public hearing on October 18th. We have a couple scheduled meetings, September 27th, October 25th, to discuss it. We can have more if you like. And then we are anticipating adopting the budget on November 15th. So that's a really quick overview of what we got coming up for the council. Like I said, the packet has a lot more information about our process for this year. The first thing then I'd like to do is the year in review that we do every year. And like I said, we did a preliminary one for the Finance Committee. The reason we do this is that during our 2022 budget process, we had to make a lot of estimates on where we were going to end in 2021. And those had to be done relatively quickly. So the first step that we have to do now is actually load into our budget projections what really did happen in 2021. So I'm going to go through just our main operating and capital funds and just do a brief overview of where we're at. So I'm going to start with the capital projects fund. So what we have here, just so, yeah, and you can see my cursor. Okay. So what we have here is the the original projection that we had. We had a beginning fund balance of about 6.7 million. We had revenue, we had transfers in, then we had expenditures and transfers out. And we were projecting an ending fund balance of about $384,000 when we set the 2022 budget. Well, what actually happened is that we had roughly the same revenue and expenditures, but when we look at our revenue and transfers, when we looked at our expenditures, they came in much less than we anticipated. And over here is a positive or negative variance column. So it shows you that we had a positive variance. That means expenditures were less than projected of 7.8 million. So what that all, boy, this is really, really sensitive here. What that all meant was, rather than ending a fund balance of 383,000, we ended at a fund balance of 7.8 million. Now, a lot of people would say, well, my gosh, we got an extra 7.4 million that we can spend. And that's the total positive variance. But what we do then, we say, you know what? We had $7 million in our carry forward amendment that we did on June 21st. So we net that out, and really the excess funds that we had were really only $431,000. So that's how all these little schedules work, and I'll go through them one by one, but I just wanted to use this one as an example. Just feel free to jump in.
Sorry, okay, so just
Don't just feel free to jump in. I totally saw you and
Oh,
I'll
I'm sorry,
Councilmember Most.
I'm sorry.
Sorry. I know, I have no respect for protocol. Okay, so Director Watson, if you can just give us a little more information. Oh, I'm on the screen now and I can't see the slide and it's too far for me to read. That almost $7 million, can you just explain in a little more detail what that, 6.999.990 represents, that carry forward amount? What is that actually?
Those were projects that were budgeted by the city council for 2021, to be completed in 2021, that were not. So if you recall, on June 21st, we did a budget carryover amendment where we took that unspent budget and we carried it forward to 2022. So that's basically what it is.
So those are projects that we had planned to do.
Right.
That did not get done, and those funds have been specifically allocated to those projects.
That is correct.
Mayor Pro Tem Maloney.
Just for clarification, it's mostly projects that were started that weren't completed. There were some projects that we actually canceled that had not gotten started during 2021. So it's both of those. But the majority is projects that just weren't completed, they weren't closed out, or whatever.
Any other comments on this slide, Mayor?
So just to say, so just to recap, that money is already spent.
I think
Or
that's a fair, it's not actually paid for yet, but it's allocated. It's
Right,
money
it's
that
not-
we've identified a use for.
Right, it's allocated, it's not available for any other use beyond what it's been allocated for. Okay,
That's right.
thank
So
you.
like, for example, the police department basement that was getting renovated and turned into a training facility, that project was started in 2021, and it's not complete. And so as we complete it, we don't pay for things until they're done, and the work is approved. So that is ongoing and not complete. That's just one of several examples. Other questions on this slide for folks? All right, Director Watson?
Okay, so I'm going to go back to the general fund, and I think I'll use this pointer. Might be easier for me. I know they can't see that online, but, okay, so for the general fund, we have the same type of schedule. As you can see, we started the year at 11.3 million in 2021. We projected to end at 9.2 million, but instead we ended $3.3 million higher at 12.5. Very little carry forward. So the amount of the annual operating expenditures, we ended at 61%. Now, our reserve policies require us to end at 25%. The policies, as we talked about in the Finance Committee, but we ended much higher. So we ended in a very positive general fund position. We had a net variance of 3.2 million. Open Space and Parks Fund, this is another big operating fund.
Councilmember Dickinson.
And again, just for further clarification, the difference between turnback and carry forward is the turnback is actually not allocated for anything in particular. It's right, so just kind of.
Right, the
Making sure
turnback is an operational type of a term. It refers to our operating, the positive variance between what we actually did and what the budget did. So as you can see here on the footnote number 2, we had an 11.3% turnback in the general fund. Now that's a lot higher than we anticipated, as you know, but that meant that we only spent 90 or 89% of the budget that we originally set up. So, and you can see that we only carried forward 45,300. So it's a real increase in the amount of money that we have to spend. Okay, Open Space and Parks Fund, we started at 3.2 million. We ended 1.4 million higher than we anticipated. However, we did have a carry forward of capital projects of 1.1. So we really only have an additional funds that we could appropriate or legally budget for about 260,000. However, the percent of annual operating expenditures is 132%. Our minimum is 15. So we're way above to what our reserve policies say our minimum is. So again, a very healthy fund balance. We had a 9.9% operating turnback. Doesn't refer to capital, but the operations, we only spent about 90% of the budget. Historic preservation, the only point I want to make here is that our fund balance continues to grow. We're up to $3 million at the end of the year. It was very close to what we anticipated.
And just to remind everybody, you know, and I know this is going to be a problem throughout the day, but normally we do this as a retreat, so we're around a table and focusing on debating with each other the merits of new programs and things, but I know like we're doing it differently so we can accommodate an online participant, and I do think that presents challenges for this meeting and its effectiveness, but just to clarify for everyone watching so that we're all on the same page, that we're just talking about the 2021 year end right now and as a starting place. And we all know that a tremendous number of things have changed from the year end to where we are now. And so I just want to let everyone who's watching know, and I recognize several of the comments and questions have been about making sure everyone knows what we're talking about, given the format. And so hopefully we don't have to do too much more of that and we can focus on the substance going forward. But I do think it's important, because of how we're having this meeting, that we make sure everyone who's participating understands what we're talking about.
Recreation Fund started at 1.3 million. We ended at 2.1. Additional amounts of 766,000. Here, the percent of targeted reserve is 104%. And again, our targeted reserve only includes not only the minimum amount, but also the renewal and replacement. So we've covered that for the year. We already talked about the capital projects fund. And then there's the utility funds. Again, they're very healthy. We had some large variances here. For example, the variance on the revenue was we have not yet done the water rights sale. So a lot of this stuff will be forthcoming down the road. We have a large carry forward amendment in the water utility fund. And with that, I'm going to, same thing with the wastewater utility fund, very large balances. Same thing with the stormwater. Golf course fund doing real well. We anticipated an increase, almost doubling the fund balance to $460,000. We ended very close to that. So golf course fund also did very well this year. So as the mayor often says, that this is from our annual comprehensive financial report. This is what actually happened in 2021. From here on out, we're going to talk about just projections and estimates and targets and assumptions. So that's just a quick review of where we actually estimated. So I'll move on to the revenue assumptions and the targets. So what we need to do is adjust our current revenue and expenditure estimates for the current year. We need to do that for the budget year that we have, the 23 and 24. And then we need to also set some assumption and targets for 25 through 28 so we can complete those long-term financial forecasts. Departments have helped us do this. The finance department's done a lot of trend analysis on a lot of revenue. And we've got a table with the major revenue sources on page 47 of your packet. And I do want to make a couple notes of the table on page 47. I've included 2020 through 2028, and all these percentages on there are percentages of change from the previous year. You can see all the red in the year 2020. I can put this on the screen if you'd like, or I can.
Does anyone need that? Yep, it sounds like that would be great.
Okay. Is that seeable yet?
Yep.
All right. So as you can see, like the sales tax right here, you can see the tremendous drop-off we had in 2020 during the COVID recession, the huge bounce back in 2021. And then you can see this is what we're projecting for the current year. We're currently trending at 17% for our sales tax. Second quarter is actually due yesterday, and we're currently counting that. And then you can see what we're projecting from here on out. Now, so we always show the council these things. So if you say, this is too conservative, Kevin, this is too liberal, this is way too optimistic for me, we can always talk about whether we should make those changes now, because this is going to feed directly into where we think our fund balances are going to end up. So as you can see, also the property tax, you can see the large deduction, 8.2% that we anticipated for 2023. That's due to the assessed valuation reductions that the Boulder County assessor's doing. But then we're projecting a pretty high recovery on that, or pretty fast recovery on that. So that's kind of how you can look at this chart, and you can kind of see, and these are just a few of the assumptions. We have dozens and dozens of the assumptions that we push in there. The top line is also something that I got here this year, and this is the regional consumer price index projections. The last we heard for Denver area was 7.7% from CML and 4.4% for 2023. And we've chosen to reduce that over the period, over the long-term projections. So these all fit in, like, for example, the CPI fits into the transfers calculation that we make from the general fund to the recreation fund, general fund to the open space and parks fund. So all this fits into those types of things. So if we change the projection on the consumer price index, we change that transfer.
Councilmember Brown.
Thank you, Mayor. Director Watson, thank you for this. As the person at the last meeting who asked for assumptions, I appreciate you providing this. One of the questions that I have for you is related to the Regional Consumer Price Index and how you landed on sort of the number that you did, at least for the coming year. I mean, eight-year projections are always challenging. I don't know if we ever hit those, but I'd be interested to know why 4.4% for 2023, because I imagine the increase in price has a significant, or the increase in the CPI has a significant impact on our overall sales tax projections.
Yeah, that's a great question. I had much higher numbers in here because, as you know, the nation is running at a 9% increase right now. CML, just right before we put this together, CML came out with a 7.7 and the 4.4. So I just adopted those numbers as, the best thing I could. The big question is, I think most people project that we are going to actually lower that inflation with what the Fed's doing, and a possible recession may be around the corner. So from 2024 through 2028, it's pretty much a crystal ball. It's just kind of an estimate.
So that 2023 number, I guess, is what I'm most interested in. I have nothing to say about the out years. But yeah, I appreciate that. Do you know why CML adopted the numbers that they adopted, or how they arrive at their assumptions?
Yeah, that came from I don't know. That came from one of the, the Colorado business. I'm not sure if anybody else knows, but that's what they published in their newsletter. That's all I know.
Thank you.
Other questions on these assumptions or discussion about changing? Councilmember Dickinson.
Yeah, I've only been doing this for a few years, so I'm like thinking back to 2019, 2021, is like all these numbers are pretty simple. So there's a lot of fluctuation. I'm just hoping to get a little bit more narrative, if you can help me with some anecdotal stuff around, like for instance, the use tax building materials, down 18, up 43, up 10, then down 6, down 20. There's obviously a lot of, these aren't just, you can see at the end, like 3.5, 3. I get what you're doing there. Can you give us just a little bit more narrative on some of these major changes, like the licenses and permits being down 66% in 23? I just trying to understand some more of the assumptions that you're making.
Sure. First of all, the building materials and the construction permit, those come from planning, and they basically do those projections for us. There's a ton of calculations behind all these. Mm-hmm. So that's why they end up as like 6.1, et cetera, et cetera. And I'll let Lisa jump in if she would like to.
I need 1 minute to pull up the table. One sec. My apologies. I didn't have that ready.
Well, while she's doing that, I'll talk to you about the sales and use tax licenses.
Okay.
Okay, so what that is that, excuse me, as you know, we've implemented the state's sales and use tax system that will allow us to get more online retailers to give us sales tax. One of the things with that, though, once we do that, we can't create an undue burden for those retailers. So we will not be able to charge license fees to the online retailers effective next year. So that's why we're going to lose about 2/3% of our revenue, but we feel that we will make that up, and we've talked about this before. We feel we will make that up with additional revenue. I think we already got, what did I hear, 20-some new licenses because we're on the state system now that these online retailers require us to do. Okay.
It looks like Mayor Pro Tem Maloney wants to interject in this portion.
No, I just for the math nerd on the other side of the dais, these numbers are compounding. And so there's not a base and it's just up from that base. They're compounding over time. So that's why some of them look a little weird, especially like the building materials. When we're saying 2022 is just going to be up by 10%, well, that's compounding over the 43%. So just sort of make sure, because not everybody looks at it that way. So
Right. Just to say it in a different way, the percent changes based on the previous year, not based on the base year.
That's right. It's year over year.
And let's go back to Planner Ritchie just to talk more about how they calculate the changes in building and what's in the pipeline.
Sure. So each year when we do these budget projections, we are anticipating how much commercial development might be occurring throughout the city. Particularly in CTC, we've noticed over the last few years that development within CTC has slowed as they've reached build-out. So that's certainly impacting the potential for construction permits. Over the past few years, we've begun to be more conservative with the number, when we observe the number of PUDs that get approved that don't actually come forward to be built. This does, though, also include, as Councilmember Maloney said, it's compounding, so you're watching change year to year. But it does include the Marshall Fire rebuilding, but the valuations and permit types are, significantly different on those than a large commercial project.
Councilmember Dickinson.
Yeah, so like 2027, down 35% from the year before. Like, what's going on 5 years from now that we think that the building materials is going to be 35% less than 4 years from now? I guess that's when that kind of just.
Sure. In 2027, so Director Carroll filled this out, so I'm trying to kind of scroll through the projections for 2027 to understand. And Kevin, maybe you recall maybe some of his assumptions. Do you remember his assumptions?
I don't remember the individual ones, but I do know that, and we've talked about this a lot too, that the planning only picks projects that they're relatively certain will happen. So if there's no projects that they're relatively certain, they don't do like a flat line. There's just nothing in that year that they're projecting is gonna happen. So I'm guessing
That is correct.
probably.
Yeah, and the big one that I think that's the unknown is, potentially Red Tail Ridge. So the assumptions at this point don't have.
Coal Creek Station and Red Tail Ridge are
Coal
two
Creek
big
Station
projects
and
that
Red
are
Tail
really
Ridge,
hard
right.
to know.
Yeah, we have a lot of projects potentially moving forward, but until they're more certain, they don't get included in these.
So I just remind people a couple other things. Let's get detailed information back to the council on the planning builds, just so Councilmember Dickinson can kind of look at that and we can understand how aggressive or conservative that is. So we can follow up with that if that's okay. But I think it's important to remember what we're trying to accomplish here at the end of the day is being able to be strategic, which is what I think we're talking about on this page, but we also really need to statutorily adopt a one-year budget. And we have chosen to look at it as a two-year budget so we can be a little more strategic about it. So the further out we get on our assumptions, the less accurate they are. We don't really know, but it's also not really what we have to adopt. So I would encourage people to focus in on the years 2023 and 2024 so that we can adopt a budget we're really proud of for those 2 years. And then the councils in those years will continue to make adjustments and changes over time. Councilmember Most.
First of all, I'd like to thank Councilmember Dickinson for asking my question. And just one thing that just really pops out to me, which is in the 2023 timeframe, so I'm trying to follow the mayor's lead, which is the wastewater tap fees increasing dramatically. Is there some specific project, I assume, that is driving that big jump in 2023? 159%?
Lana Ritchie.
I can't remember.
Wastewater tap fees, I'm not sure if Kurt is on, but my,
Director Coer.
Director Coer's
he's
on,
not sure,
and
my
he can
hunch is
respond.
it's Red Tail related.
Yeah, any large tap fee increases are going to be coming from initial phases of Red Tail.
Okay, so it's included in this part, but it's not included in the fees part?
So this chart that we're looking at on the screen right now is what populates the fees and when there's a fee, there's an expenditure associated
Okay.
with it as well. So if the fee is in a year, then the expenditure associated with it.
I'm just trying to clarify, because I thought I heard Director Ritchie say that Red Tail Ridge wasn't.
Red Tail Ridge is included fairly minimally in our assumptions. So it does
Okay.
include roughly 140,000 square feet of development each year.
Oh, okay.
In these, but that is potentially fairly limited compared to the potential for the development.
Right, but
So we're
whatever,
concerned about-
we think whatever happens, that wastewater facility is going to have to,
It has to come online
okay.
first.
Perfect, thank you, that makes sense.
I saw some other hands on this chart. So we've talked a lot about what these numbers reflect, and we have some additional information we'll have at the next budget hearing or potentially before then. Are there any conversations about changing any of these assumptions or any discussion about areas we want to look at? I think sales tax is the area I just maybe want to talk about a little. I know it's speculative. Anything we do is speculative, but I'd just be interested to hear how council feels. There are a lot of interesting news reports and articles to read currently around what the economy will do over the next couple of years. And, whether there will be a recession or whether there'll be more inflation. So depending on what happens, it would really have a significant impact on our sales tax, or has the potential to. It also could stay the same and not have an effect. So I just wonder how people feel about the aggressiveness of those increases. Sales tax is a very large source of discretionary revenue for us, so what we do in that line has a very significant impact on our budget. Mayor Pro Tem Maloney.
I'm not sure how you're characterizing aggressive. I mean, if we look at sales tax for 23, it's 7.5, and then 24, it's 5. Were you suggesting those were aggressive?
Well, so, we have 10% for this year, which we think is probably low for what it will actually be. So, we will make our year-end adjustment, and then the 7.5% will get adjusted on top of that. So the question is, maybe you don't think that's aggressive, but do you think there'll be 7.5% growth next year? And it's speculative, I understand.
Absolutely speculative. I believe because of the work the finance department is doing and getting us involved in the state sales and use tax system, that we're going to see a greater increase than we normally will because of online sales of people who are not currently remitting sales taxes. But I believe also at the same time that, we're getting beyond the COVID effect, and I think there's not a finite, huge growth. So it going from 10 to 7.5 to 5 and then down to 3.5, to me, makes sense.
Any other discussion?
Yeah, I mean, I think one thing we're missing here, which I know is intentional, but like the 2010 to 2020, kind of before the craziness of COVID, what were we doing? And my memory is it was in the 5 to 10% every year, and I know you have a better working knowledge, Mayor, of kind of what it was through that period, but kind of, again, is that a fair assumption we're going to get back to what it was? I mean, that forecasting is impossible, right, to get right, but I don't find these to be overly aggressive, and personally, the 3.5, it seems very conservative, which is how I like to budget. I like to get good news instead of bad news when it comes time for those, but I feel like other than guessing there's going to be recession and saying, oh, it could be 0, I think these seem reasonable to me and not overly aggressive. If anything, maybe conservative, but that's just mine, obviously.
Any other comments on this? Councilmember Moss?
Again, I'd like to thank Councilmember Dickinson for asking my question. And I think that Councilmember Dickinson's point about looking at historical trends, which is what my point was going to be, but I also think if we're going to actually be accurate, we have to look at those historical trends relative to the amount of residential and commercial development that was going on over that time period and what we expect. Because if we expanded our residential tax base significantly during that period, and we're not anticipating seeing that, could be an issue. And then again, we're thinking about the fire victims rebuilding and repopulating. So there's a lot of moving parts, but generally I like to see that historical data and see if there's anything really a critical factor that impacted that historical data that we could use to consider going forward.
I just see everybody in the queue and recognize that I will call on you. Councilmember Lay?
Yeah, and this may be a question that can wait, but Mayor, I presume that you have good reason for asking a question, and I actually want to hear from you eventually. So I hope.
Oh, I think you cut out a little. Are you just saying you would want to understand why I singled this out?
I hope you will. I'm interested in what your own thoughts.
So this chart is actually the foundation of every other part of the discussion that we have. Like, these assumptions build into all of our revenues and expenditures. So I think it's important to understand this and have some good philosophical discussions. A small change in that percentage has a significant impact on the sales tax revenue. And so this discussion, I think, is just important to understand the magnitude of revenue we anticipate and make sure that we all understand that we won't know. It is, we are trying our best to come up with a very good estimate, But an overestimate or an underestimate has a dramatic effect on every other discussion we'll have today. So just wanted to hear the conversation. And also in the context, of just sort of community chatter around this topic, I think the public perception of sales tax revenue versus what the data has told us this year are very different. We have our highest sales tax revenue of all time this year, but I continue to get letters from people very concerned about sales tax revenue and business revenue. So I think the public perception of what the sales tax revenue is doesn't match what we're actually seeing. And so I think it's important that we've had this conversation and that we can all articulate to people we talk to that actually our sales tax revenue is the highest it's ever been. Lowe's closed. I think there's a lot of community chatter around, one of our 2 home improvement stores closed, and that's a significant source of sales tax, but we haven't seen an indication yet from that's significant to our revenue overall. Time will tell, because home improvement is a significant source of revenue within our sales tax revenue. Other thing, so people see things and then have a perception of how that will impact something, and it doesn't necessarily match with what we see. For example, I've gotten several letters from people saying, almost 10% of East County in this area is gone, and the customer base is gone, and the businesses really aren't making any money, but then that's just not what we're seeing in receipts. Now, that doesn't mean that their expenditures haven't gone up more than their revenues. I'm not saying that by any means, and it doesn't mean they're not hurting. It's just that from my perception, the public perception of our sales tax revenue does not match what we are actually seeing. So I think it's important we have a critical discussion around this before we just accept the assumptions. I'm not quarreling with what the finance director has put in. I just think it's important. Councilmember Brown and then Mayor Pro Tem Maloney.
Thank you, Mayor. I appreciate that, and I think what we've seen in the Finance Committee is that a large portion of the increase in our overall sales tax is actually coming from online sales. And so it's easy to understand a little bit, or at least that might be one reason why we might see a disconnect between public perception and what's actually going on. My real question, Director Watson, is the 7.5% accounts for the 4.4% increase in regional consumer price index. Is that correct?
That is correct, and that's a good point, because the real dollars are a lot different than the current dollars. If you put real dollars in there and compare that to the CPI, sales tax looks almost flat. We can actually show you that. Okay.
Okay. These are not like inflation adjusted dollars necessarily that you're talking about.
Exactly.
That's
okay. So it's just
correct.
they just grow, and then but things are also getting more expensive.
Right.
Okay.
Just like our city expenses. Right.
Got it.
Exactly.
Right.
Good point,
Just
Councilman.
wanted to make that point. Yeah.
Yep.
Thanks.
Mayor Pro Tem Maloney.
Well, Councilor Brown has paid good attention at the Finance Committee and actually made the statement I was going to make. So the outside city sales is the fastest growing sector of sales tax within the city, and it has been since I've been on council. And so there's no question about that. Looking back in history will tell you, yeah, it has grown. I accused Councilor Brown many meetings ago of buying fly tying materials online from somewhere, and he wasn't paying sales tax, whereas a lot of those are starting to remit sales tax. And so we're seeing more and more of that. Being part of the state SUT system, though, will accelerate that, and then it's going to level off. And so I don't think I think it's finite to a certain degree. Thank you.
Councilmember Fahey.
Thank you. Yes, I have a question on that, on the sales tax from outside of the city limits. There was, I believe, a significant increase in the amount of sales tax that we collected from people who are having groceries, for example, delivered during COVID rather than going to the store in another city to shop. Has that leveled off? Do you see that going away now that people aren't having everything delivered?
Yeah, actually, during the COVID, the grocery stores were one of our highest amount because nobody went to the restaurants.
Right.
So now what we're seeing is people that are going to the restaurants, and people are ordering it online too. A lot of, as Mayor Pro Tem said, a lot of the online went up. But right now we're seeing the restaurants go up and the stores coming down to a more normal position.
Okay. Thank you.
All right, and so after all of that, everyone's comfortable leaving the sales tax projections where it is. The only one, I guess I'll encourage us to talk a little bit more about is the 2022 starting place. I mean, do we really feel like that number reflects where, I mean, we're through July. I think it's potentially low.
The 10% is
Yeah.
low?
Well, I mean, we're through July and that's lower than what we're currently seeing. Isn't that right?
Yes, as of through 5 months, we were 17%. So, and the, sales tax was due yesterday, so we will have the second quarter numbers or the first half of the year numbers, the first week in August. And I do expect them to be significantly higher than 10. I think they're gonna be 17 or above.
Mayor Pro Tem Maloney, you're moving, so we'll go to you.
Well, I think it's going to be between 10 and 17. We did see, I think, the highest sales tax in January ever.
Right?
Yes, I think we did,
And
yes.
so I think there's a bubble because of the Marshall Fire.
Right.
I think that was one aspect to it. So I have no problem going up a little higher. I do not believe at the end of the year it's going to be 17%,
Right.
and I'd love to be wrong.
Councilmember Dickinson?
Yeah, I mean, I think you pointed out, Mayor, very importantly, that these, like, going from 10 to 12 is, because it ripples, right? It ripples for 20 years,
Yeah.
and so some of those things that, depending on our, I don't know, I mean, pretending on our goal, right? Like if we're trying to make our numbers look better, make this 12 and everything looks really good, which isn't anyone's goal, right? We're not like just trying to make numbers look good, but to keep it artificially low doesn't really make sense. Like, okay, well, let's raise it to 12, but then drop 23 to 5.5, and you've gotten a similar end result, right? Like adjusting back down if it was more of a bubble. So I think the thing that I take from this, or that the amount of work that goes behind almost every number, and I don't pretend that the 2028 3.5% number took a lot of work in sales tax. That's, Phil Wright. But the amount of work that went into 90% of the numbers here, I don't really want to quarrel with very much, because there's so many pieces that are going into this. But again, to the mayor's point, 1% change is huge, and so how confident are we? Or what are those, what would it mean? And so, in my own company, I get to play with that stuff and change that to 11 and see what happens, and change it to 9 and see what happens, and then maybe settle on 10, knowing it's not necessarily right, but we'll see what happens. And so I think some of understanding as we move forward, maybe not today, but just the impact of changing that to 12% on our financial world, or the impact of doing that and then bringing 23 down a couple points. And just what does that mean, right? I think that's a really important part of this process, which you are doing all the time, I'm sure. But here it's a little bit more static, and we're like, oh, is 10 right or not? I don't know.
Well, so I understand what you're saying, and I think understanding the impact of the changes is important to understand the risk. And I think that's more what I'm trying to talk about is if we make the number aggressively high, then we have to come back and remove things when we do a budget amendment, or if something really bad happens, we don't have any padding for it. But if we make it unnecessarily low, then we're restricting ourselves from providing important services to the community that they want. And so I think we're at a time right now where we're really struggling to be able to balance all of the desires with the funds, and I guess I'm encouraging us to maybe raise that to 13% so that it's not artificially low. And the risk that we take in doing that is that if there's another disaster or something we've not anticipated, it will make it that much harder to address. But if we keep it low, it makes it that much harder to meet the needs of the community right now. So I guess I would, if I was doing this alone, change that number to 13% and move to the next step. And then we do budget amendments all the time when we have new information, and this year we've had to do extra budget amendments because we've had so much new information. Mayor Pro Tem Maloney.
So 1% equals $2 million.
Right.
And so, $200,000.
$200,000.
So if you make it 13, we're saying
Get a
we'll
million.
get $600,000 more in revenue. That's, I can't go with 13. I'm okay changing it, but I will not agree to 13.
Well, you just,
12.75.
it's if you have, do you have a proposal you're comfortable with? I'm not trying to be overly aggressive and make anyone on council feel uncomfortable.
I could feel comfortable with 12.
Does 12% seem like a good move from folks' perspective? Councilmember Lay?
Yeah, I appreciate that you're pushing us, Mayor, on all of this. I guess the question I have is that we will get an opportunity during the course of the budgeting process here to revisit this a little bit. So at least we'll be a little bit closer as we go. I don't want to underplay how important doing this right now is, but we're not locked into this forever, right?
Sure, absolutely, and we amend our budget, and budgets are living documents, and so nothing that and today's not the final budget hearing, and even when we adopt the budget, last year we amended the budget in December, so this is not the last time we will visit this conversation. So was that a plea for 13%, Councilmember Lay? Just kidding. Councilmember Dickinson.
If we can move on with 12%, as we're going to talk about in the
Is
next
that
line.
okay with folks, generally speaking? 12%. Councilmember Dickinson.
So the property tax piece, so my understanding is 2021, that's static, right? That's on an old forecast. The 2021 1.1 number is actual?
Yes, that's
Okay.
right.
Thanks, just want to confirm. And so the 9.6 increase is because this is a year in which there was, like, so it's every other year, which if you look forward, 7, 2, 5, 2, right? Like every other year, we get a bigger bump. And so we got that bigger bump in 2022, but then because the county is going to 6.8, what was it? What's the adjustment down from the assessment?
Let's just
Instead of-
have Director Watson explain
Sorry.
the data on the property tax revenue.
Yeah, and to give you a visual, let me, while I talk about this, I'll go to, I got some visuals here. Sometimes that's kind of easier to see
Yeah.
in terms of trending and stuff like that. So this is the property tax chart. As you can see, I got explanations here for various adjustments. The white line here is our mill levy. You see we popped our mill levy up at one point for the recreation center bonds. We paid them off. We paid off the library bonds, et cetera. But what you want to look at here is here is the impact of the COVID fire, or the Marshall fire, excuse me. And then we're projecting an increase out there. Now, we know what the 2021 assessed valuation is. And the assessed valuation for 2021 is what we collect in 2022. So that's not a guess. The guess starts on 2023, and the assessor has told us roughly how much they're going to reduce our assessed valuation by the loss of structures, by the reductions of the surrounding property, by the reductions in the land value for the structures that were destroyed, and those types of things. So we got a pretty good guess for 2023. The big crystal ball stuff starts in 2024 and how much we're going to recover. Now, the treasurer indicated that he felt that Boulder County Treasurer indicated that he felt that there would be a pretty quick recovery here as we rebuild, and that's the next reassessment year. So that's the next year when they look at the market value and look at how much the property are selling for, et cetera. So that's where that's sort of the anecdotal stuff behind the projections.
And the reassessment years are not every year. So
Every
that's
2 years.
programmed in. The
Yeah.
reassessment year is every 2 years.
Every 2 years.
So when I was looking at this, my thought is that 2024 is going to be much greater than the 7.6 because of a temporary reduction in 2023, plus the rebuilding of many of the homes by end of 2023 when they assess, plus the increased value of all of the homes in Louisville right now. I mean, it's bonkers right now how much properties are going for. So I don't quarrel with 2023, but I just feel like 2024 is going to, if not entirely recover, which would be 8.2 plus more, like I would think that number would be closer to, again, 10, 12, like if that number is 15%, I won't be surprised. So I just think 7's quite low. But again, this isn't as important as sales tax. It's not nearly as much money for us, but I just think that number's low. And then again, I have no issue moving forward with 2.5, 2.3. Those don't bother me, but I feel like 2024 is going to be much higher.
Director Watson, can we put back the chart with all the percentages? Councilmember Brown.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And I appreciate the comments from Councilmember Dickinson. One of the things that I think is really important to think about is that the assessed value is very reliant upon whether or not there is actually a home on the property. And so while the individual properties that have homes on them may go up by 15, 20, whatever percent, if only 30% or 40% of the homes are rebuilt, then I think it's safe to assume that we will still see a hit on our property tax in 2024. So it's just something for us to think about, is that it's the percentages are really not on a per unit basis or an equivalent basis, but a sort of an aggregate level.
Councilmember Fahey.
Yeah, I have a question. Did the county say that they were only going to waive the property tax for 2022 for the people who have lost the property? And what happens when, if you haven't rebuilt, are they going to continue to waive the property tax on the lot itself? If you still own the lot but haven't rebuilt?
Okay, so they're not waiving the property tax. What they're gonna do is reduce the assessed valuation by the structure. So every property has two valuations. One's the land and one's the structure. So they're gonna remove the valuation on the structure, so your property tax is gonna go way down. And then they're going to also reduce the land because of the condition of it as of the date. Okay.
Okay, thank you.
And as properties, maybe Director Coher knows, or maybe planning staff knows, when properties get a certificate of occupancy, then they're revalued in the assessor's office. Is that right, Planner Ritchie?
Yeah, that's correct. We send all of our permits to the Boulder County Assessor so that they know that something got built.
So you also send the permits when the land has been cleared?
That I don't know, but I know that through Boulder County, I do see that the assessor is updating photos of the properties as those lots get cleared, so we'd have to confirm if they're checking that for sure.
Okay, thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem Maloney.
The wild card in this, I understand you're talking about property values, is what the legislature does with the residential assessment percentage. Now it's 7.15%, and who knows what they do. We get to those years. So there's a bit of unknown.
Does this take into account what the legislature did this session?
Yeah, I've tried to include, what we think Senate Bill 21-293 did, and I've also scheduled out Senate Bill 238 from the current year. And so we are going to see a reduction in the residential assessed valuation, and the commercial assessed valuations also being adjusted for this year. I think that the SB 293 I think it's going to be like a 1.5% reduction. I really haven't got my brain around 238 because the legislature says they were going to come back and sort of redo the RAR, or the residential assessment, for 2024. So I'm not an expert on that legislation, but I've tried to take that into account.
So this has been a good discussion. Was there a proposal from anyone to make a modification? I mean, I think we've raised a lot of points about I think everyone's made very excellent points. Is there a change that anyone is hoping to see?
As the person who brought it up, I'm fine leaving it where it is. It's not a big enough deal for me to question it.
Okay.
To change it. Yeah, I clearly questioned it.
No, that's good. I think the discussion was really good in trying to understand where that'll go, and we'll keep watching that throughout this budget process. Great discussion. Any other comments on here? I think the other one we really haven't talked about that's a much smaller revenue source for us, but that has had so much volatility in the last several years, is the lodging tax. I think it's really hard to know what's going to happen with that, but it is has a much less of an impact on our budget.
Can I just ask a quick
Councilmember
question?
Bowles.
Yeah, just for clarification, what's the consumer use tax for?
Director
Or
Watson.
what does that apply
Director
to?
Watson.
Direct-
Yeah, the consumer use tax, that was, the tax was passed in 2011, and that is when you have stuff delivered into the city, that then you can tax that. It's kind of a reciprocal of the sales tax, same rate and everything, but we just passed that in 2011.
Can you give me an example? Just
Okay.
anything you have delivered, or,
Yeah, well, let's
Anything
say,
that's taxable.
let's
so
say.
that's, we're talking about the groceries and all that stuff?
No, wait, right, it could, those are sales tax, but let's say you
Okay.
go to American Furniture Warehouse, and you're gonna buy a bunch of furniture. If you go there, pick it up and put it in your car or your truck, you're gonna pay the sales tax wherever that store is located. But if you say, please deliver that to me, and I live in Louisville, then the consumer use tax takes effect, and then we do tax that to where it's delivered.
Okay, and that's handled automatically, so when I got my washer and dryer delivered from Costco, then the taxes went to Louisville?
Right.
Okay, so what you're saying is I should have everything delivered to my house for the rest of my life, and that will help Louisville.
Absolutely.
Yes.
Now I can feel good about that, thank you.
And if you have it delivered and you notice that the use tax wasn't paid, then you should write a check to the finance department. I think there are like 3 residents in town that do that, and I every year think we should give them an award for being amazing.
Yeah, there's one resident comes in every year and pays me what.
But
what-
that's a
he-
good thing, we should promote that in the community, that's like, a way to help Louisville.
Yeah.
Thank you. Any other discussions on this chart? I mean, I just brought up the lodging tax. I don't have a proposal, but I do think that's something to keep an eye on because it's so volatile. All right. Thank you very much for taking us through this, and thanks for everyone's patience on this. This is sort of the crux of everything else we do.
It really is. I really appreciate your input. It's very helpful. Okay, so I just threw in, so like I said, some visuals of what we're looking at. Sometimes it's easy to look at a visual. There's the sales tax. As you can see, the growth we're projecting here is similar to the trend line we had here before we had the COVID recession. Here's the building material use tax. I put this in there just to show you the fluctuations that we have here. I think this came up in our discussion. So this is the use tax, building use tax. This is all of it, regardless of where we put it. You can see in the recession in 2009, 2010, look at the amounts here. Look at what we're projecting, or what actually did happen in 2018, and what we're projecting for 2022. So sometimes, so I thought this was a good representation of the tremendous volatility here. So it's tough to set a budget on building-related revenues. Okay, that's all I wanted to say with that. Okay, now I want to move on to the expenditures. And
Actually, can we just pause for a second
Sure.
on your chart here? So I continue to get a number of emails from folks really concerned, and I just want to clear the record. I mean, I heard from council unanimously on Tuesday night that we're working in a direction to be able to support a rebate of some sort on use tax. And so it's confusing to me why the community still seems to have a tremendous amount of unrest. So I'm just trying to put that to bed at this moment. And then we're figuring out how to accomplish that, like how to fund that. And we're talking about magnitudes and process and program around that, but I just would like to clarify that for the community so that people can stop being so afraid on that topic. And then another point that I just would like, and I'd love to hear other people's comments on this so we can kind of, hopefully move forward and have people feeling good and understanding where council direction is. The other thing I'd like to talk to on this slide is I've gotten some really interesting emails from folks around like equity and taxes, and I love talking about that topic because I actually don't think that, in Colorado we necessarily have a very equitable tax system, but what that prompts is then having a conversation about how to change it. And that's very hard because in our state, people really only support sales taxes historically when they come to pass. Occasionally people support property taxes and people very seldomly support income taxes and other things. So the problem we run into as elected officials is that people want services. They come to us all the time and say we want all these things, and so things cost and services cost and staff effort costs. And they're wonderful things that staff members provide to us. I said that because I was looking at Sharon, our library director, and I think libraries are maybe the best thing on earth. But that costs, to get staff members to go to the library every day, as much as they would want to do it philanthropically, they have to feed their family too. And the lights have to be turned on and all those things cost. So we do have to have taxes to be able to pay for all of the services. And so I look forward to the continued conversation about how to continue to try to strive for a more equitable taxation mechanism across our city and state and country. But things do cost, and unfortunately, the things that community members have supported over time, and I'm not singling out our community, I just am more broadly speaking, have not necessarily been the most equitable ways of recuperating revenues. So I think it's a great community conversation that has started, but I would hope that people kind of have some deep, long conversations with their neighbors and friends and talk about what the long-term strategies to change that would be, because I think some of the reactionary things could leave us without the ability to provide really critical services. So, Mayor Pro Tem Maloney.
Thank you for your comments, Mayor. One thing I would like to add to this, I think as a community, we struggle with the term use tax as opposed to sales tax. And, this building materials use tax is really a construction tax. And if I'm putting a new roof on and I buy the materials at, in Louisville, I pay a sales tax. But if I get the permit and then I buy those materials in Aurora, I'm paying a use tax. It's the same amount. If we as a city did not have a use tax, that sales tax would be paid when you bought the materials and would stay in the municipality that you bought the materials in. So if we didn't have building materials use tax, or what I like to call construction tax, we would be funding the general fund or the restricted funds of municipalities around us, and people would be paying the same amount of tax. I think that we need to do, I need to do, you need to do a better job of explaining that to the community. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Other folks on this one? Councilmember Most.
Yeah, is it possible to put that chart up on what I'm seeing? I don't know, Meredith, you can do that here.
Yep,
'Cause I have-
so,
Which chart?
so
this-
it's just, everybody pause for 1 second. So if on the Zoom, we could please put a screenshot of the slide that's being shared right now.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
That's what I needed to ask for. So one of the things that I think when I'm looking at this, and again, thank you, Mayor, for what you're saying, and Mayor Pro Tem, just in the context of all this discussion we've had about what are essentially construction supply sales taxes that go to the city of Louisville. In 2021, we had, a significant number. And I look at this and I'm saying, okay, that's because people were stuck at home for a year and a half because of COVID and decided all the things they absolutely needed to do to their house. So we saw a huge influx of construction. And so if we're looking at the differential between 2021 and 2022 and 2023, which I'm assuming we're considering and assuming has to do with rebuilding taxes for folks that are rebuilding their homes. I'm just wondering if, what that anticipated differential is between the construction use taxes we'd expect to continue, or what level we'd expect them to be without that, what the differential is really, in terms of the assumptions you made about these numbers, because 2021 was a pretty good year in terms of the city getting sales, getting tax revenue from this, from construction materials.
Director Ritchie.
Sure. So later in the presentation, we do have slides dedicated to the assumptions that we made for our use tax related to the rebuild. So I don't know if you want to skip ahead to that part now, or if you want to talk about that later.
I guess I'll defer to our city manager and find out what would be best for our flow.
I think we probably want to have the comprehensive discussion about the use tax a little bit later, if that's okay. And we'll share all of the assumptions around how it's derived and what proportion we're sort of the total
Okay.
sales tax or use tax collection we're associating with the Marshall Fund
Okay,
rebuilds.
Yeah, and that's fine. We've had a lot of discussion, the people in the community, there's been a lot of issues getting back to Mayor Stolzman's comments about equity and fairness and what constitutes that. And we've had a lot of people who feel like there's a real burden on them, and I want to just understand the expenditures being required, relative to the rest of what we're seeing in the community. Thanks a lot.
All right, looks like everyone is okay on this one.
Okay.
Director Watson?
Okay, now I'm going to move on to the expenditures. Okay, now, as you know, the revenues, we're making projections, estimates, those types of things for 23 and 24. For the expenditures, we do have the requested operating budgets that have been submitted by the departments, so we're using those for 23 and 24. Now, the city manager has not been able to go through those yet and look at what she would like to recommend, but we do have, we just have what the departments want. So I just want you to know that. That like I said, like I have here, they do not reflect the city manager's recommended budget. We do apply some target percentages, expenditure targets, to wherever we're at for 2024 to give us 2025 and 2028. I'll present those to you. On page 49 of your packet is a similar schedule. I'll try and pop that up here.
So while that's getting pulled up, I'll just reiterate that a different way. So just in other words, this is a starting place on our operating budget today so that we have an opportunity to provide inputs, but it's not the final. And so you recognize, you know, when we're looking through this, it doesn't balance. It's not where we're ultimately going to get, and we'll
Right.
have to make some changes to get
Right.
from here to where we're going. And this input that we provide along the way will help get us there.
That's perfect.
City Manager Davis?
Just one additional comment. Clearly, we're focusing on 2023-24. When we look at these projections, keep in mind that the baseline for 2022 is not the budget that was originally passed for 2022. It is the budget that reflects all of the amendments that we have done in 2022 associated with the Marshall Fire, as well as the carry forwards that Director Watson described as well. So that's just something to keep in mind, and we can go into more detail if there are questions about what that incorporates, if you need a refresher.
Thank you, City Manager Davis. And just to pile on to that, just remembering back to, we talked about the pay equity studies, other things like that, those types of changes that council has approved along the way, new fire recovery positions, planning positions, the things we've already voted yes on are rolled into that new 2020 estimate number, which is different than the 2020 budgeted number. Is everybody, I see nodding all around. Let's see. I even see Councilmember Lay nodding. Good, but nodding all around. So similar importance of discussing this chart. Would anyone like to kick us off? Councilmember Dickinson.
Yeah, so I guess just before we get too deep into it, since, City Manager, you haven't been able to go through this with a fine-tooth comb, I'm curious how important it is for us to do that. So I don't know if that's I just don't want to go too deep if it's like, well, but these aren't really our numbers anyway.
Sure.
Yeah, I think it's important to get your perspective on the trends that you're seeing, and you know, to dig into any of the specific areas that you want to discuss. I mean, there's certainly with the CIP that you see before you today that we'll talk more about shortly, that is a little bit more baked, I would say. You know, we've spent a lot more time going through that, and that includes some recommendations, but the operational budget does not. So there's still some changes that can be made there. So I think direction that you might want to provide would be helpful.
Okay, so do you mind? Okay.
You're up.
So, yeah, obviously just looking for, again, the narrative on the variable and seasonal wages. I see that obviously they went down, they went up, which is pretty much level, but then a huge increase, and then it's level, so that's a permanent increase. So that sounds like great news and something we've given direction to making sure that that happens, but some more information on that. And then, yeah, my understanding is that I'm not surprised by the retirement going way up and then kind of staying there. And I imagine the reason it's up by 40 this year and 20 next year, another 20 next year, is because you're only doing half of you kind of get a discount this year and then you have to make another increase again next year when you're doing it for the whole year. Is that what that's about?
That's absolutely correct. And plus, we also increased the rate that we're going to pay, you know, at the last budget amendment. We're increasing the contribution to employees, you know,
Right,
the
yep.
rate.
Yeah, okay, so I think that stuff makes sense to me. I'd like to hear more about the seasonal wages, and then the one that stood out, again, I imagine this is a very small total number, but the library and books and media, the 50% increase, and then like I'm just curious what that story is about and what we're getting and what the plan is there, because that looks like it's intentional. And that probably ends my
let's start on one at a time. We'll go to Director Hanger. If you could tell us a little bit about the seasonal wages, just to refresh our memory. I think you see the big increase in 2022 associated with pay equity and other things, but if you want to talk to us about that line and just refresh all of our memory. Or City Manager Davis, whichever one of you would like to take it, sorry.
I can get started just by sort of the narrative there. I think, obviously during COVID, we pretty much entirely cut our seasonal, and we furloughed a lot of variables. So then you can see that we kind of went back up in 2021 from there. A lot of what's in 2022 in terms of those increases were what was approved for part-time and kind of gig workers around the planning department. And then we also did some part-time variable wage increases for the PD. And that was for, we haven't been able to hire officers, so we were able to get in some sort of temporary assistance in those areas. So I think those are big chunks of it.
Yes, I agree.
Director Hanger looks like she'd like to add something.
Sorry, we did also increase the aquatics pay and several of the part-time, just across the board to get them to where we needed to in the market today. And so that increase is included in that as well.
Thank you. And then the next one I think was on the library books. Director Nemechek?
Me?
No, we can't.
Okay, now.
Yes.
Yes, very good. So we had reduced that budget by quite a bit in 2020, as you guys remember. 2021, it was pretty much flat with that decrease. And then what we found during COVID was the use of ebooks and e-audiobooks went up quite a bit. So I think some of that increase was to meet that demand for our increase in e-audio and ebooks.
In the 2022 number, is there any significant impact from the books that were lost, or is that a small chunk of this
No,
altogether?
it was a really small chunk, and actually the foundation's been raising funds to cover that.
Awesome, yeah. Thank you. It looks like everyone has comments, so I'll start on that end and go this way. Mayor Pro Tem Maloney.
I don't know if Councilor Most was before me, but I'm going to jump in anyhow.
She was last time. I'm trying to
Okay.
switch it up.
All right. Well, I want to thank staff. I mean, we're asking questions and you have answers. So that gives me great confidence in the percentages and so forth based upon trends for people like me now reading 80 books a year or whatever it is. So thank you, everybody, for your input there. And really my question is for the city manager. Looking at what we have right now, we have an imbalance between expenditures and revenues. Is that something we should panic about now, or you solve that and come back in September? And if it is still out of balance, you'll bring us programmatic decisions to consider.
City Manager Davis.
Yeah, that's an important question for today, and I would say let's don't panic. I think we can come up with some solutions, but as I mentioned early on, I think some of the Marshall Fire impacts and then really the current market conditions around the employment marketplace and the labor marketplace have been a significant impact on our operations. And that's something we've talked about at multiple council meetings leading up to this. And so in order to retain and attract staff, we have had to make some compensation increases. And I think based on what peer communities have done, that's been the right thing to do. And I think as we move forward, we're going to have to be really thoughtful and strategic about our programs and the programs we operate, and take a really close look at how they're serving the community and how we're serving the community. And we will have to make some changes and evolve some of those programs. And I think some things can be done immediately between now and September in looking at the operational budget. And then there will be some things that we will have to look at over the course of 1 and 2 years. So, we'll be looking right now at 23, 24, plus those projections for the out years. And there's obviously more we can do as we move towards those out years that we can adjust. So as things change in the planning and building department, with the number of permits that come in over the course of 4 years, we can make adjustments in how we're delivering services and programs. We can do, similar type looks at other departments.
Thank you. So I heard don't panic and I got this. So
Well, I think it's going to be work we're going to have to do together over the next couple of years. So yeah.
thank you for your answer.
Councilmember Brown?
Thank you, Mayor. I appreciate it. I just want to understand my assumption, Director, is that the biggest portions, because I tend to scrutinize the assumptions around the biggest portions of our budget, right? So the regular wages are probably the largest single portion of any of these lines. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So the 19% increase in 2022 is reflective of some of the policies that the council has discussed and put in place over the last 6 months or so that the city manager was talking about. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So the 8% in 2023 for regular wages is, take me through that and where we expect that to be. Is that an inflationary adjustment? Is that adding additional staff? What are the components of the projection there?
Yeah, so, well, first let me explain how this works. So we have, within our ERP system, we have a very massive wage and benefit projection software package. And so HR puts all this stuff within there, and then finance gets it, and we make these projections. Now, having said that, one of the biggest pieces is when you made the adjustments to wages, benefits, wage rates, the increase in FTEs that we've done in 2022, I've only captured a half a year of that. But then when we move to 2023, you know, there's a whole year of a lot of the things that we've done. And that's the biggest piece of that. Now, as we've mentioned, the variable and stuff, some of those gig workers will go away and those types of things. But that's kind of what, I can't really go into the details. Rhonda may be able to act on those. I guess my question is when I sit and try and do the crystal ball, first of all, we use expenditure targets because we can control it. If you said, staff, we want our expenditure regular wage target to be 0, we can make that happen. We can't make that happen if you said, staff, we would want our sales tax to increase 100%. Right. We can't make that happen. So our biggest concern here, just if you give me a minute, is in 2024 through 2028, we're doing an inflator of 4%. That means no new positions. That means merits and markets will have to total a maximum of 4%. Now, I know that Rhonda probably won't agree with that, but that's what's going to get rolled up when we start looking at what's in there. Do you feel comfortable with that? Is that reasonable? We can force that target to be hit by a variety of things, by a variety of reasons, but that's one of the biggest issues here is those 4%, the 3.9 on the variable. You can see some of that. And then when we go down to employee insurance, we've got 10 for 24, but then we've decided to lower that. So I think that's the big issue right here.
Thanks, Director Oxon. And just to follow up, employee insurance is that the insurance that we as a city hold in case something happens to our employees, or is it their medical, where is their medical insurance?
That's our cost of the employee's medical, dental, and vision.
So the healthcare and whatnot, that's the employee insurance part. Okay.
Yes.
Okay. I think that's helpful. I have to think about that. So the 8% is still a reflection of some of those policies kind of continuing to roll into 2023.
Right. There's really not a whole lot that we can do with 2023 on the current policies, but I think the focus then is on can we really hit a 4% increase in 2024?
Great. Thank you.
Okay.
Councilmember Lay.
Yeah, thank you. And I want to just say parenthetically, I really appreciate not just questions of council, but the fact that staff is able to field these really means a lot because I know that you're well prepared on this stuff. It speaks well of you, and I just want to give you kudos for that. Can you take another question so I can get rid of the sound in the
Councilmember Lace,
background. Sorry.
on holiday, in 3 meetings at once. I am impressed with your dedication. Thanks, Councilmember Lay. We'll go to the next one and come back to you, Councilmember Most.
Okay, Director Watson, thank you. I think that the wages issue going forward is a problem. I think given that we just did a pretty significant bump, and I think that regardless of what happens with ongoing financials, we're continuing to see labor shortages in this country. And so I think that's going to continue to drive wage pressure, and we have to be aware of that and plan for it. And then I just I have a question about the FICA. If you can explain to me in 2024 why that FICA expense is going up 11%. When all compensation's going up 4.9. Is there some weird thing that I'm not quite getting on that?
Oh, boy, you know, that
Is
question.
that too granular?
Okay,
You can get back to me on it.
No, I know what that is. I had to reach way back, and well, I get that question.
Database.
Get that question every year. Okay, so our wage and benefit projection module it's a monster, but it's really, really good and gives us really, really good projections. It actually goes in, and a lot of the higher paid employees, it'll calculate when they hit the FICA limit.
Okay.
So, and then it'll actually adjust for that. But then when we go into 2024, we're just doing an increased percent, and then that FICA is just a
Doesn't get cut.
7.65. Okay, you got it? Okay.
Okay, got it, okay. If anybody else doesn't get it, I pay my own FICA wages, so I'm more intimately familiar with this than I'd like to be. Okay, and then the other question that I'm trying to understand is the all purchased / contracted services that goes way up in 2022 and then drops down as 2023. I assume those are, again, fire related. Is that correct? There's additional
Yes,
services?
that's most of that's all fire related. Okay. Yep.
Councilmember Lay, back to you.
Thanks, and sorry about that. Yeah, I had one maybe simpler question, and I sort of need to ask it, which is the legal services number that bumps in 2023. Is that anticipated because of red tail?
You know, I will have to look that one up. Legal services is not only our city attorney, it's the water attorney, it's all legal services that the city has, and it's the 2023 one is whatever the department's requested. So I would actually have to go into that request to answer.
I think there's some water rights acquisition that may be a part of that. I was just curious. I'm not going to dwell on it.
Well,
I just
feel
I need to.
We're keeping track of a list of questions for future, so we'll get that answered, sorted out.
Right.
I wanted to go back to, because I think I take the same view that Councilmember Brown takes. I know that salary and wages and benefits are really critical numbers. And again, I don't want to focus too much on the way out years. But I guess I'd be interested in what our human resources director thinks about some of the, the closer in years. I'm a big believer in the importance, as I think most of us are, the importance of attracting and keeping great staff. You heard the other night, we all heard, I think, wonderful comments about our staff. And I got to tell you, that just warmed my heart. And I hope it did really boost the staff's morale too. But, 4%, 3.5, again, I don't want to go move out too much. But I am wondering, especially in light of I don't know, some pressures on making sure we get the people we really need to build back. We don't have, we're going to get a lot of complaints very quickly in certain areas of our operations if we are somehow don't have enough people or aren't up to snuff. And I wonder a little bit about those numbers, and I wonder what sorts of if you will, assumptions we're making there, because it looks very much like sort of a standard cost of living increase, which I don't know whether the cost of living increase is really enough. And I'm just a little concerned that those numbers, and I mean by that the percentage change year over year, may not be accurate, may deserve to be boosted a little bit.
So Director Hanger, and I think that's the point that Mayor Pro Tem Maloney was trying to make too, that, it's hard because the budget isn't balanced. And so we're going to have some hard discussions to have to make, but we all really want to ensure that we're paying our employees competitively and better than competitively. So so we'll turn it over to Director Hanger, but I think the crux of what you're asking about is actually the council policy debate we have to have over the course of the budget.
Yeah, I think we all know that recruiting, retention, training, development, and just keeping our employees satisfied is going to be really one of the most important things. With the cost of living, the inflation, cost of gas, groceries, housing, all going up, we will ensure that we're going to stay competitive with our comparable market cities by utilizing our compensation consultant, and so that will help. But I would agree that the 4% might not be the correct number. We want to ensure that we're increasing the market at the appropriate rate, as well as performance with the appropriate performance percentage. And so I would say it would be important for us to look at that percentage number as we go forward.
Right, and so I think, as council members are looking through, this number at 4% already has the ongoing operational expenditures exceeding our ongoing operational revenues. And so what I think I hear from people is that it's really important for us to pay the staff that we have competitively and make sure that, people recognize the value and have competitive benefits and are rewarded for great performance with bonuses and things like that. So what that means is that we'll have to right-size program areas and not provide services, so we can provide services so that the staff that are providing the services are compensated competitively. And so that's really tricky, and we'll have to identify which areas people want to focus in on right-sizing to accomplish that. Mayor Pro Tem Maloney?
Well, I absolutely appreciate where everybody's coming from. The employees of the city of Louisville are our greatest asset. I think it's also important to recognize that salaries over time are not linear. We've seen that in the last 20 years. We've seen them go up and down, and we talked about real estate and the way it's boomed. It's not going to continue on that 20% a year, whatever it is, in a linear fashion. So we're going to see these things go up and down, and I appreciate we maybe want to look at 24 or 25. Going out, there is going to be some time where there's going to be resetting, whether it's caused by not enough, business is growing, and there's a lot of reasons for this to happen, and we've seen it. We saw it after 2008, where there was a resetting of salaries. And the salaries right now, my experience with my children, they're naming their salary right now. And that's not something that I think will continue. So I think that we need to temper what's going on right now with what is probably a longer-term reality.
Councilmember Dickinson?
Yeah, I would suggest putting those at 5. I think that's a more conservative number than the 4, as far as what that cost is going to be to us. And if we can't budget for 5, that's problematic. But
So I guess I look at this graph differently than what I think your sentiment reflects, and so I may misunderstand it. So I agree that we should ensure that our employee salaries are able to go up 5% a year, but I think in order to do that, we might have to reduce positions so that we are able to afford it, which would result in this number potentially going down so that the budget balances. So I am supportive of what I think the sentiment you're proposing is, which is to ensure that the pool that
An
we have
individual's
for
salary, right?
wages for individuals that we retain is able to go up by that magnitude or greater to be able to reflect bonuses and things like that, and cost of living increases. And I am 100% supportive of that sentiment. And I think we have to be able to afford to pay that, which might mean we need to have the number of employees we can afford to pay those salaries to. Just, I may not have said that clearly, but
No, I get- I
I
mean-
completely support what I believe is the sentiment you're saying, but I think it has a different outcome in this table, potentially.
I get what you're saying, and I agree with what you're saying. And so do you feel like the 4% is a good number then in the sense that, if I can reiterate, like an employee might get a 5 or 6 or 7% raise, but there'll be fewer employees, so it'll
I would say it
equate.
differently. I would
Okay.
say, I think we should give direction about what we think is reasonable for, merit and wage increases and competitiveness in the market, and give a philosophy around different service levels in areas, and give a philosophy around a balanced budget, and then ask the question as to what that does to this table.
Okay. But this is so simple.
I
It's
think
just
we
right here.
agree.
It's just right here.
I saw a lot of hands, but now I see none, so if people think they're in the queue, I've lost track. Councilmember Most.
I just wanted to say that I think what you're proposing is that because we're gonna have to make some decisions about reducing that base number. So that's gonna reduce the base number in terms of where our payroll is. And so even if we leave these numbers at 4%, we're applying that to a smaller base. So this 4% represents a larger base. So if we have a smaller base, then this number will actually be adequate. I don't know if that helped or made it worse.
I think we're all saying the same thing in different ways. And so I guess I will just ask the city manager if you feel like we're all saying the same thing. And I think we need to get into details. I don't think we've actually been specific enough to make changes to address the issue, but if what we're saying is clear so far.
Yeah, I understand the direction that I think that we, want to go with this. We definitely want to preserve the retention strategies, the attraction strategies, the compensation, levels that we have for employees, and of course the level of services for those core service areas that we know that our community expects. And I think one way of thinking about this is communities are dynamic, like anything, and we as the city, need to be able to look at what the needs of the community are and what we're providing, and be able to transition to provide those services. I think we all know that, I don't know that there's any municipality that can just keep adding. I mean, we could not get as big as Denver for the city of Louisville. So I think this is, it's going to take some time and effort and a lot of discussion, but I think that's what we're kind of talking about, as I understand it.
Thank you for that summary. That was eloquent. Councilmember Brown?
Yeah, thanks. I appreciate that. I think as you're talking about, Councilmember Most, I believe, was talking about kind of shrinking the base. And so I'm sure we'll have to have discussions about sort of positions that, where people may leave the city, but we may not fill those positions immediately, at least. Some of these types of strategies may need to really be on the table in a serious way, because I definitely want to support and value the people that we have, and we have to be able to pay competitive wages for those folks. And there are some positions that are absolutely essential, but to your point about service reduction, we have to make some pretty tough choices, especially in light of the additional expenses and the fire and everything else, about what's sort of important to our community. And that's where the policy setting really comes into play when it comes to our budget.
I had one question on this table to change topics slightly. city insurance, like for our facilities and things like that, is inevitably going to go up. We've had many, many claims over the last decade. And where in this table would I see a reflection in the increase in our cost of insurance?
That's second to the third to the last one, right down here, insurance premiums and deductibles. We have 23.8% projection for next year, and then 9.7, and we go down to 7. That's another one of those that could be problematic to maintain. I mean, it could be a significant increase.
So significant beyond the 23.8, like that's not a significant enough representation of the,
I think that's good for this point in time. I worry a little bit about the out years, depending on how the insurance environment goes right now.
this is one line where I feel like at a future budget meeting, if we could have some more detail around the cost of this program, and then if there are any options. I mean, and I'm not trying to say that as a pessimistic thing, but if there's a reinsurance option or if there's a self-insurance option, and I know that may take a lot of work, but if there's order of magnitude kind of things for us to consider and to understand how much risk we're accepting with the different options. I don't know if that made any sense.
Yes, I understand. Okay.
Councilmember Fahey.
Thank you. Yes, I have a question on the employees that we're hiring now to deal with all the different aspects of the fire, the planning department in particular with the building permits and things like that. But then also, you know, there's additional duties for just about every department in the city because of dealing with issues with the fire. Is that included in the variable and seasonal wages with that 73.1% increase? Or is that, you know, considered, I'm just thinking the overtime that the staff has been putting in since the fire has been astronomical. That's going to be going down just by the fact that we're going to be resolving all these issues. So hopefully. And so I'm wondering then, is that why the numbers are going down to 3.9, 2.5 that for overtime and things after 2024?
That is correct. As you can see, the overtime up there, we're anticipating a 25% increase in 2022. In 2023, then that drops to 17.3. But all those regular wages are full-time wages, you know, full-time regular employees benefited. And then all the part-time seasonal, that's the variable wages. So both of those, we account for all the gig workers. We've accounted for all the permanent workers that we've hired. We've hired also some permanent people within planning and the other departments also, not just temporary. So we've accounted for everything, I think.
But the people that we've hired as permanent employees, will they be required once all of the fire issues have been resolved?
City Manager Davis.
Yeah, I can speak to that. So there's a couple of things in flux in the planning and building department. And when we hired, some positions are easier to hire as a full-time position, not as a term position. Term positions can be difficult to hire. They might work for some people, but we like to hire for a full-time position if it is a full-time position. And, you know, Red Tail Ridge potentially will be coming on board, so there could be some need there. And again, we know that in just, you know, through our employee retention patterns, that in different departments, people can come and go. And so I think that will be an area where we will look at what the needs are as you know, a planner is retiring or deciding to move on to another place, then we can sort of reassess what they're doing. So that's kind of what we're anticipating in that department. Anything else, Lisa?
Okay, thank you.
Would you like me to move forward?
Any other questions on this one? Okay, so I think we're in a good place with some future additional information, but there were no specific changes that we identified on this chart, but we'll continue to have conversations about it. Great. Yes, please continue on. Thank you, Director Watson.
Okay, I got a couple of visuals here also, just to show you the increase in the variable wages. Here's the graph that, or I'm sorry, the total increase in total wages. Here's a graphic that the white line shows our full-time equivalents, and then the stacked bar shows the regular, variable, and overtime, and the significant increase we saw in 2022, just to give you a visual of that. This is the same visual, except it shows percentage of decrease and increases. And then here's the same thing with employee benefits. So we're seeing increases in the bottom blue stack bar is the insurance, FICA is the red, and then the retirement contribution is the gold. And then the white line refers to the right side vertical axis, and it shows the percent of change over year. So just to give you a sense of the recurring expenditures that we're going to talk about here in a little bit. Okay, so the next step is the CIP, and we've got a preliminary recommendation from the city manager on the CIP. We received a request of $351 million. The city manager is currently recommending $111 million. Very preliminary projection. It's not the final projection, and that will come later. However, I think before I dive into that and allow you to tell you where the detail and stuff is, I think it might be best to go directly to the fund financial forecast so you know where we're sitting right now in some of this. Would that be okay?
If you could just go back one slide just for 1 second, just kind of pause there. One more slide. So I think this is a good place to pause because I feel like a lot of emails have come in and questions from community members about, we have all of these requests and, they don't seem to go anywhere. So just like sitting here for just a second. So the requests in was over 351 million of the 6-year period. So that's approximately 111 over the 6-year period. And that's of the ones that staff submitted as a request. So I just want people to understand that people's ideas and suggestions were heard and their input in, but then we have to actually come up with a pool of projects and things that meets the revenue that we have or raise revenue in some way.
Right.
So I just want to pause here. Any questions about this? This is sort of a profound slide. City Manager Davis.
Just to make one additional comment, in your packet, you'll find the boards and commissions recommendations, and just to sort of add on to what you stated, Mayor, you'll see what the boards and commissions recommended, is obviously not everything got included in the packet. So, and not everything that they recommended was even included in the 351 million. So there are even more kind of requests out there that have been submitted.
Councilmember Most.
I know to try to give you more work is ridiculous, but, just relative to what the mayor just said, do we track the community requests for capital expenditures at all?
Yes, we do. In fact, what
Okay.
we've done is we've given you a list of everything that's been recommended. We've also given you a list of everything that has been deleted.
Oh,
So
so
you-
there is a deletion list, so people can see, that's on the public record, they can see what was and wasn't.
Yes, that's all included in your
think-
packet. There's 2 lists included in your packet.
So I think that's accurate, but I think depending on what you meant exactly by your question, so like if an email came to a council member requesting like a crosswalk or something like that, that wasn't necessarily projected the cost of that and included in the budget, particularly if it didn't get forwarded on through any of the boards and commissions or process. So to an extent, the answer was yes, but then there were, maybe somebody saw you at the grocery store and asked you if we could have a whatever, that's not included, unless you made a point of including it.
So unless it originated with a council member or a board and commission?
Well,
I'm just trying to.
through one of our public processes. There's
Okay.
lots of different public input processes. So like the transportation master plan's an example where lots of community members participated and made suggestions, and there are projects from those suggestions that are included. And other, there are many different public input processes that have led to the projects that are listed here. But I just wanted to make it clear that, like, if
Right.
somebody stopped me and said, hey, I've always wanted to have a platform tennis court, that's not included necessarily.
Right, so just because we're getting a slew of emails or something into city council,
No,
it's
but
not.
there's no, I mean, this is our opportunity if there are
Right.
things that, maybe a whole section of your ward brought to your attention and it's missing, this would be a meeting to
Okay.
bring that to our attention.
I was just wondering if there was any kind of centralized database, and apparently the answer is not, which is fine. I was just wondering. Nope, not trying to create work for
I
anyone.
think the answer was sort of more complicated than no. I think it was like, yes, we've captured the ones that have made it to this list, but every idea that's ever existed is not necessarily on the list. All right. So I think what we'll do before we go into this section in a lot of detail is actually pause for our public comment portion of the meeting. I think this is a good time, like we've gone through a number of the slides and then people can let us know what they'd like to add. And just remind everybody that we'll have a public hearing on the budget. That's our formal public hearing later in the year when we have more of it fleshed out. But we'd love to hear from folks today if there are comments so far. And this isn't your only opportunity to comment, and oftentimes emailing in or meeting with the council members, great too. Any members of the public care to comment? You can raise your hand by clicking the raise hand feature at the bottom of your screen, or if you've dialed in by phone, you can dial *6, *9 actually to raise your hand, and *6 to unmute yourself. First, we have Catherine Smith.
Hi. I just wanted to make a quick comment, which was I was surprised today to learn that there were already budget items for the Red Tail Ridge project, and I would ask for a lot of transparency with regard to Red Tail and its ultimate impact on the community's finances. Thank you.
Thank you. Great point. Any other comments from folks? All right, seeing none, just on that point, our planning department tries to put placeholders in our budget over time for all the different projects that are in the pipeline, not just that one in particular. So if they have applications pending, they don't know whether council will approve or deny them. And the staff's effort to put things in the budget is not in any way intended to persuade the community or council, but just to try to plan for what may be coming in the pipeline from a staff load perspective. But your point is very well taken on transparency and ensuring that the public's included in the process. I know a number of years ago, we thought when Coal Creek Station PUD was approved by council, we thought it was going to come online quickly, residential units that had been approved, and we still haven't seen it. But we had to be able to budget for when we thought those water connections would come and things like that, so we'd have appropriate staff. So it's a balance of trying to be sure that we've put enough in the budget that we know where the workload will be, even though we don't know exactly what the workload will be. So I hope that helps a little bit, and I know our planning staff has some links on the website under our planning section if people have more questions about costs and staff work and what types of things would be there, and they would be happy to answer any questions folks have. So we've been going for about 2 hours, so before we dive into capital projects, I think we should just take a quick 10-minute break, and we'll get started again at 3 p.m. Down a bit there, Kevin?
No, I'm fine. Oh, yeah, I did have to.
No, I was doing it Tuesday night too.
Oh, okay.
I think it's all the equipment.
All right, well, yeah, I can leave my computer over there. If that
Yeah, let's do the projections first.
Okay, great.
Yeah, let's go
Yeah,
do
and
that
then we
first.
can, if they want to go piece by piece.
and told me exactly who to talk to.
Awesome.
Chris have snacks? Where is Chris?
Councilmember Lay, did you get some snacks? Excellent. We'll save some snacks for you. All right, thank you, everyone. Welcome back. So we are going to just go a little out of order, and we're going to go ahead and look at the fund forecast first. And then we'll dig into the capital improvements plan.
Okay, can you hear me okay with this?
Yes,
Okay.
we can.
All right. Okay, so now I'm going to take all the things we just talked about, the actual beginning fund balances for 2022, all the revenue assumptions and expenditure targets that we talked about, the capital improvements plan that we haven't talked about yet, but we will, and then the financial structures that were currently prescribed in the city's financial policies. We're going to throw all that together and come up with some long-term projections. These projections are required by our financial policies. Whenever we do a budget, we're required to bring this forward to you. So, yeah, and then a couple disclaimers. Again, the forecasts are very preliminary, not based on the city manager's recommendations. And then something I wanted to bring up, I mean, the forecasts that we did during the COVID recessions were really tough. And I believe that we're also in a very uncertain environment right now, and it's just as tough doing projections. So sort of my disclaimer that we've already talked about this, the financial implications from the fire, inflation projections, possible recession, I mean, even Red Tail Ridge. So these assumptions that we have are changing on almost a daily basis. So that is my disclaimer. The first thing that I'd like to talk about is the operational turnback that's already been brought up. This is probably not very easy to see, but again, this is the positive variances. And what this is, in simplest of terms, it's the realization that we can't spend 100% of the budget. So if we have $100 budgeted, and we have a 5% turnback projections, we're only saying we're going to spend $95 of that. So that allows us to actually budget more. It frees up some budget by applying this opportunity or this operational turnback. So I won't go into that in any detail, but I want you to know that we do this every year, and we're going to continue with that methodology and sort of reduce that to allow us for each year, that allows us then to budget more for the following years. We also have transfers that I've included within your packet. We have transfer schedules, interfund transfer schedules. I'm just going to go over the one for 2023 really quick. So these funds right here, these are the transfers out, and where they go are the transfers in. So you can see that the general fund for 2023, we plan on transferring $980,000 to the operation and parks, open space and parks fund. About $165,000 to the cemetery fund, and about $1.2 million to the recreation fund. These are the three funds that the general fund creates, or the general fund supports. So anytime we increase cost within those funds, we take a look at this. But our financial policies indicate to us a specific formula on which to transfer. And we're going to talk about that a little bit more. So I'm going to go down. I know we're running out of time here.
Wait, may I ask a question?
Yes.
Thank you. So my question is on the general fund transfers out to open space, cemetery, recreation, and isn't there also one to historic preservation?
No, there's not. There's actually an historic preservation transfer back to the general fund equal to 20% of what they collect in this. I think that's
Okay,
what, probably what you're.
it's incoming to the general fund.
Yes.
Okay, thank
And
you. So
we have that as 197,730 as estimated for 2023.
Right, so my question is, are those mandatory transfers? I know they're in our fiscal policy, and it's basically a yes/no question.
No.
Thank you. And I will
In the
link to
context
that
of,
in a later discussion.
I think so too, but just in the context of, would you, we can amend our fiscal policy. So I
Right.
guess I'm just
Or-
hesitating on your question of mandatory is,
So you can't have mandatory based upon some previous decision for funding, that there's a mandatory transfer to cover something. None of these are mandatory, so we can amend policy,
Sure.
and we can change the amount depending on if we have some extreme or unusual circumstance.
got it, I'm on the exact same page as you,
Yeah.
just was trying to understand. Councilmember Brown.
Thanks, Mayor, I appreciate it. The Open Space and Parks Fund, I know that we fund both kind of capital improvements as well as operations out of that fund. The general fund transfer of nearly $1 million for next year, what does that generally support? Does it support like our staff, or does it support trail improvements and those types of things?
It's not restricted to any specific expenditure, it's just a support transfer. So it's operations, capital, whatever that fund needs.
Okay, so depending on the year and depending on what we have budgeted within that fund, you know, the council could consider modifying that transfer based on, but we wouldn't be able to, I guess the point, we would need to analyze, for that fund and others, we would need to analyze the portion that is sort of core operations versus maintenance, improvements, things that might be hypothetically deferred if that was something that we decided to do.
That's correct.
Thank you.
And I believe, just reading between the lines of what you're asking, you'd also want to understand direct revenue to the fund
Right.
versus revenue coming out of a different fund, to understand that too.
That's right. Thank you.
Councilmember Dickinson.
I think I can save it for later.
All right. We'll see if I call on you later. Anything else on this slide? All right.
And I do have some scenarios in a little bit here where I'll show you if you wanted to reduce some of these transfers, what that would look like. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and just skip over the 2024 one. It's the same concepts. Just briefly, some of the general Marshall Fire assumptions that we have in the forecast. We've assumed that all the citywide supply and service, all the additional operational cost to the fire, not except for wages, will be reimbursed by either insurance or FEMA. This takes away some of the uncertainty that we're dealing with right now, so we're just going to make the assumption until we have better information that all those costs somehow are going to get reimbursed. We also are making the assumption that the lost property tax revenue of $491,000 will be reimbursed by insurance. We're making the assumption that $1.2 million in general fund wages will be reimbursed by FEMA. You know, some of the emergency services and some of those things that we've been keeping track of. We're assuming that the cost for PPDR is going to be $3 million. We've lowered that from the budget amount of $6.15 million. We've lowered that to $3 million based upon some of the invoices that have come in and some of those, the cost of the, you know, the soils and the stuff that's not directly covered by FEMA that we said that we would cover. That seems to be less than we originally budgeted. So just so you know, within these next forecasts, that's what we're looking at. And then we do have $1 million that we're estimating that's going to come into Capital Projects Fund from FEMA for the infrastructure that we have to fix.
So let's just pause here and talk about this, see if there are questions. Councilmember Dickinson.
So just from a logistics perspective, is there a reason you don't include these and then just also include the reimbursement, like so that it's all in there? I mean, so I can see it here, but is there any reason why?
That's how it's been done. It's both the cost and the revenue have been included.
Yes.
Both sides have been included.
Oh, sorry. So you've included both sides. You're not excluding both sides. You've included both sides.
Right.
Got it. Okay.
They equal one another.
Yep.
Right.
Great.
Other questions or comments? Mayor Pro Tem Maloney. Councilmember Fahey.
I'm wondering on the $1 million for the infrastructure costs. is that included, so I'm assuming that that's for like the damage to the rec center's roof and that. That will not even come close to covering the repairs of the streets and things that will need to be done, so where does that money come from? Are we going to get reimbursed for that at all?
Actually, the facilities, damage we have to facilities, we're assuming all that's going to be covered. The streets, you'll see that there's a CIP form in there for $6 million, and the offsetting revenue that's been submitted to us is $1 million. So so that is the assumption that we're currently making in the capital projects fund. We have a $6 million infrastructure cost, $1 million FEMA. And if Cameron or Kurt are on, they could probably address that request a lot better than I can, or maybe Megan
If we
can.
could, so on the specific CIP sheets, if we can wait till we get to the specific CIPs, but I think maybe in the context of this, you're just asking about what that million will cover, so if we can keep it high level, but then on the specific sheets, if we can talk about it then.
Yeah, I think we should just wait till we get to the specific sheets, but it's a good question, and it's a little bit confusing, but this 1 million that we're talking about there is just associated with basically the roads and sidewalks. Actually, we have another slide. Maybe we should go to the next slide if people have more FEMA questions, because I've got a little more information.
I think there were a few more on this slide, and then we'll come back to you, Councilmember Fahey, on the next slide. Mayor Pro Tem Maloney.
She took my question.
Wait.
Okay, so there were no other questions on this slide. So just a little bit, I just want to talk a little bit about some of the risk that still exists on some of these. So like, let's pick one. The assumption around wages and benefits being reimbursed by FEMA, like how much, exposure do we feel like we have there? I know we still have a lot of discussions around emergency response services and who will pay for them and how they're reimbursed. So if we can just talk a little bit about what we think the exposure is there. Is the maximum exposure 1.2 million? Or is there additional beyond that?
Can we just flip to the other slide, because this has some of the content.
Great.
So, and this really kind of speaks to the risks, Mayor, that you're mentioning. So we have just over 13 million that have been submitted to insurance to date. So our process is, if you think of a sort of sequence of funnels, we're submitting everything to go through insurance. Everything will go through insurance, and then it'll be determined as to whether or not it's eligible. And really, when we talk about what's eligible for insurance, uncovered items typically means that we're at the industry standard for our level of coverage, and our damage exceeded what we had for that level of coverage. So we might have, say, just to use an example, it's not a real one, but $100,000 for fences, and we have $250,000, right? So some's covered, some's not. So it first goes through that funnel of insurance. Then it will go, then everything that's not eligible for insurance or covered by insurance will go to FEMA. And FEMA requires that denial by our insurance, or that it's not covered by insurance. So then it'll go through FEMA, and we're estimating that about 10.1 of those direct fire damaged, the direct infrastructure damage, essentially, that we've identified to date will go to FEMA. And just a reminder, FEMA is a reimbursable grant, right? We're not getting $10 million. We have to go through this whole process of, documenting everything, submitting it to them, and then we will get reimbursed, hopefully for 95% of it, and we have a 5% share, and the state actually has a share as well. So we will go through that whole process. And that's a lengthy timeline. So this is something that's going to be happening over the course of 5 years. And this is why when someone asks the question, how much are we getting from FEMA? We don't know. We really don't know, and we probably won't know for years how much we're getting from FEMA, but we know how much we're anticipating. And so it gets more complicated. Then 5% of the grant award is the local match, which we'll be paying, and then 10% will be held for what's called retainage. So at the very end of submitting everything, then we'll get that back. So this is, since this is so complex, and we know that there's still some risk in there, we are going to have to continue to make evolving budget changes and be changing the assumptions continuously as we go through the FEMA process. So I'll stop there and
Okay.
see if there are questions. Actually, I should say there's uncovered costs for FEMA. Some things might not be deemed eligible. We're working, Peter Gibbons, who's our recovery manager, has worked with FEMA a lot. He's helping us really identify that things are eligible before we submit them to FEMA, so we hope that they will be. And then there are some things that are kind of knowns out there or known unknowns, like we anticipate that there might be roads that could have sort of secondary damage from rebuilding, firsthand damage from rebuilding that we also are thinking about, and that's what you'll see in the CIP. So that kind of gives you an overview of all of the different buckets.
Mayor Pro Tem Maloney.
Thank you, City Manager. I'd like to address the very last item that you mentioned. So the roads that I've mentioned in several meetings, Dillon, McCaslin, Via Appia, South Boulder Road, are outside of the burned or damaged areas. So are you saying that FEMA's definition takes those outside of our potential for reimbursement? And if that's true, you mentioned, I think, they're included in the CIP. But we're potentially talking between $10 and $1 million for public infrastructure where we have no means of reimbursement. Is that a correct statement?
Well, I can't say, do you mean the 10 million that we're already submitting?
No, I'm talking about
Outside
the
of
roads that I
that.
mentioned.
Yeah, outside of that.
And I'm guessing it's between $10 and $20 million. Probably the Director of Public Works can give us a better number. But that's something that will be a cost to the city for public infrastructure that we have no means of insurance or FEMA reimbursement.
Yes, so we've identified just over 3 million that are fire damaged roads and potentially PPDR damaged roads that could be FEMA eligible. So that's kind of, we're looking at that tier. And then another, just an estimate that's in the CIP of 6 million that would be our kind of neighborhood roads that might be damaged by construction. And then beyond that, there could be significant, it could be anywhere from 10 million or more, but some of that is already incorporated into our repaving plan. So Director Cower, who can kind of follow up with any comments, is working to try to figure out how we're going to sequence, all of the road reconstruction and improvements that are going to be necessary.
Well, thank you. I mean, what I'm trying to do is just to understand and recognize in our budget process where our liabilities are going to be. In areas that we don't have any reimbursement or insurance. The PPR director, or whatever his title was, Chris, was talking about the number of loads that have already been 4,300 or something like that, and you can double that for the private. So the city of Louisville will probably see 10,000 truck trips full of hundreds of thousands. So anyway, I see our roads that will degrade much quicker than we have in our current CIP, unless you've already adjusted for that. Thank you.
So it doesn't have to be only on that topic. Other topics on this slide or the previous slide? Councilmember Lay.
I just wondered if you can you put up the last slide for just a minute? I just want to make sure I get the info.
And did you have anything else on that one? We'll keep this slide up for a while.
No.
Councilmember Brown?
Right now.
Brown and
I actually had a question about the next slide.
all right. We'll just hang
Can I
on one
ask-
second. Councilmember Most?
Okay, so the way I'm reading this is that optimistically, in the most optimistic scenario, this would be $500,000 that we would have to pay, but lots of money we'd have to put out well in advance and then collect over 3 to 5 years. So even,
Let's turn it to City Manager Davis just on that basis
Okay.
so far.
Yeah, so of what's been submitted, of everything that we've identified, which, is, again, pretty comprehensive, but there will be secondary impacts. But yes, everything that we believe will be insurance or FEMA eligible. Yeah.
right, so it's a minimum of $500,000, and then a lot of impact to cash flow over the next few years, regardless of whether or not we see reimbursement. And it sounds like significant staff effort and time. So that's a cost to recover these funds. And that's going to be over a longer period of time, I assume.
Correct. Yeah.
And just clarifying the piece that you said that was sort of buried in there of the identified costs, because there were the secondary issues like Mayor Pro Tem Maloney is talking
Right.
about.
That's just on this piece. Right.
And so just another point on that. So like, for example, I thought we were on the other slide still, but regardless, on like, for example, the PPDR cost. So we were talking about the risk on, the slides are moving.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, that's great. This is great. We were talking about the risk associated with some of these different ones. So on the PPDR, I understand we have some of the billing coming through. How far through the billing, like what percentage of the lots clear have we seen the county seek reimbursement from? Do we have an estimate of that?
Yeah, at the most, I think. I don't
20%?
have yeah.
I think it was with the first round that we got, I think it was 15 to 20% that we got, and we're still going back and forth with the county on kind of the billing for that, and so we're still understanding the invoicing process.
And have we gotten any assurances from FEMA that they're comfortable with the insurance claim process that has been set up by the county, or is there any exposure associated with that?
We have not gotten any assurance. I know that process is currently being developed, and the state FEMA team is kind of involved in that. So I haven't heard if there's any potential, additional costs associated with that
Or
for
FEMA
us.
to say, you should have sought that insurance reimbursement, so now we're trying to recover it from you, kind of deal.
Right.
Okay, that will be interesting.
Interesting.
Do we have any legal costs built into any of this with the amount of pending litigation there is and potential litigation with some of our other partners?
No.
Okay. So I think, there's some exposure here. Are people comfortable with this level of assumption and risk that, we have to take some levels of risk, and we want to take risk that's appropriate so that we don't overly restrict ourselves, but we don't want to accept risk that then makes us not able to respond in a way that is appropriate either. So are people comfortable with these set of assumptions? Councilmember Brown, and then Most, and then Mayor Pro Tem Maloney.
The one that sticks out to me is still the PPDR cost for some reason. I appreciate it being lowered to $3 million, and I know we've had a conversation, but I wonder if that's still, I know that a number of people have opted out. Is that $3 million is based on the projections, based on the 15 or 20% of lots or whatever that we've seen, and the cost per lot, and then the remainder, is that correct? Or is it just like, well, about half the people opted out, and we originally budgeted about $6 million, so we lowered it to $3 million.
Lena Ritchie.
Councilmember Brown, I think a good chunk of the reason why it is so much less is due to the number of opt-outs. We also planned to take out ineligible trees, and the contractor declined that scope of work. So there was budget for ineligible trees, which did not get done, and then the opt-outs are significantly more than we had assumed.
Okay. Yeah, it still seems a little bit high to me, but, so I'd be interested to understand more about that and have a conversation with everyone here, but.
Yeah, I appreciate the optimism. I hope you're accurate. My concern on it is some of the execution of the contract and our inability to get the contract, not because we haven't tried and not at any fault of our staff. That was not what I was in, just we have not been able to, I have not been able to see the information that would help me be able to be more confident saying, yes, it's 2.7. And then we hear things like, oh yeah, we're going to let people use their insurance, and I don't know how FEMA will respond to that. And if you read in the news about FEMA processes, there are many times where FEMA does not end up paying for things that people thought were eligible. So there's some level of risk associated with this just because we cannot document what we anticipate to happen based on verbal assurances. And I'm just maybe a little bit risk adverse around taking the verbal assurances. So, but I mean, it's totally worth a conversation, and different people have different risk tolerances. Councilmember Lay?
Thank you, Mayor. Your comment, I just wanted to underscore it. I think that's it's crucial not to be taking people's verbal assurances on, especially on stuff that's of this magnitude. Just to be clear, which contract are you talking about? You're talking about the one between FEMA and the provider, or are you talking about a different contract?
DRC in the county.
Yeah. Okay. The DRC and the county, right? Because they have negotiated, right? And you haven't been able to get that. Is there some way we can expedite it? I mean, I appreciate your frustration with it.
There is a document that I have been provided by the county, but it doesn't have any of the detailed information that either of you or myself would want to see. And there's some debate about confidentiality in the procurement process. I think I'll leave it at that for this meeting because we have to continue to work with our partners through the process.
Yes, I know. I'm grumbling. I wish we could just fast forward you 7 months and then bring you back.
Yeah.
But I don't
Need a
think we
time
can.
machine.
Any other, so so there's some advocacy for lowering the number, some for increasing. Any other discussion, Mayor Pro Tem Maloney?
Which number are you referring
The
to?
3 million, or just, I mean,
So-
generally on this slide, we're just talking about risk and whether we feel comfortable with these assumptions.
So, I worked through these numbers as well. At this point in time, I believe the 3 million is very close to what we're going to see. And the reason why, part of what Director Ritchie was talking about, basically cut the number in half. I mean, we were thinking there was going to be like 500 homes, and we're somewhere near half of that-ish. But the add-ons is where this number goes up, whether it be trees, sidewalks, there's a lot of other things. And then the county coming and telling us, well, if somebody has a swimming pool, they can use that before insurance. It's like, what? We're shifting, we're changing the oil, we're driving down the road. So I'm not comfortable lowering it more than 3 at this point in time because we don't have enough information to do that. But to answer your question, Mayor, on the other assumptions, it's the best information we have at this time. So I'm okay with what we have. I am pessimistic about the insurance and FEMA reimbursement. I think what we have here is optimistic, and I really hope it's true. But we add in those, items that aren't even considered by FEMA or insurance, and we're looking at many millions of dollars, tens, maybe $20 million that we're going to have to come up with. Thank you.
Councilmember Most?
Yeah, I just want to second Mayor Pro Tem's concerns. I think we can't, personally, I would feel very uncomfortable with, how about if I say it that way, in using the best case scenario, which is what I think this is, in forming our financial projections. I think we have to build assumptions in that we are not going to get everything we expect back from FEMA, because especially given what the mayor has said, and I don't think we'd be really being responsible to our community if we didn't put some cushion in here in terms of what we expect to get back. So,
Councilmember Lay?
Yeah, I guess I want to push back just to the extent that if we can learn some additional information about the contract, I guess I'd like to be able to revisit this. I mean, we're going to be making some decisions around the use tax issue pretty soon, and this is an assumption that's pretty important. And I appreciate everybody's desire to be conservative, given the actors that we're working with right now. And we don't want to be too optimistic, I suppose. So, I mean, with that in mind, I guess I'd like to try to get as much information as soon as we can, because these are going to be important to deciding what amount of money we're going to need to come up with in terms of the cuts to the rest of the budget if we're going to do this grant program that we talked about the other night. So I'm just pushing on that a little bit. I don't know whether, I mean, it sounds like there's not much interest in reducing that number any more than the 3 million. And I don't have a compelling argument about that right now. It sounds like we're missing some information as that comes in. I think it is worth it to continue to evaluate that number, try to bring it down, or increase it depending on what we find.
So I generally hear, we're comfortable at this level of risk. This is the best information we have right now, and we'll continue to monitor this as we go. Is that the general sense? Councilmember Brown.
Thanks, Mayor. I'm glad we had this discussion. I get that everyone has different levels of comfort, and I also hear the uncertainty and the fact that we can't see the contract from the county, which is, I think, somewhat frustrating as a partner, leads to some of that uncertainty. I will lower or retract my objection here, but I think it's important in all of these assumptions. I think it's important, especially when we're talking about large sums of money, that we try to dial that in as close to reality as possible.
Okay, thanks, Director Watson. We can keep going, I think.
Okay, so with everything that we've talked about now, all the assumptions, and the important thing is that you understand what's in there. This is the current fund financial forecast for the general fund. If we roll all that in, we dump it into the long-term financial model, this is what we got. So as you can see, that the model projects that we will fall below the target in 2026, and we will fall below the minimum in 2027. So that's what's just everything that we've just talked about rolled into the model and just the mathematics behind it. So it is what it is. There's a ton, as you know now, as we've been through this, there's a ton of assumptions. There's just a ton of estimates and stuff like that. So, but if you understand all that, this is the end result. This is the general fund. One of the areas that I kind of brought from the past is we used to always do an operating surplus or a deficit for the general fund. And what this does, it tries to take away the noise of all these one-time costs. So what this does, it says, okay, if I just take the recurring stuff, if I just take the recurring wages, the recurring transfers to the funds, and compare that to the recurring revenues, not FEMA grants, or sales of assets or whatever, just the recurring sales tax, property tax, what does that look like? So, and this is the picture we get from there. So this is a pretty much, this is a kind of a textbook structural imbalance that we're talking about here that may happen over a period of time. Now you can already see that we do have one for 2022. And that we're already projecting, which is a pretty good projection. 23 and 24 are the same, but again, those are based on the department's request for budget for operational costs, not the city manager's recommendation. So that may correct itself, but I just wanted to point out that we have taken the time to try and clear the noise out.
Councilmember Most.
So you're talking about, excuse me, the 110 million, is that I mean, budgets, this is a lot for me. We talked earlier about there was $110 million request. Is that capital request? That's not, so that's not this. This is operating expense.
Right.
So that's a separate pile of money.
There's no
Okay.
capital in the general fund.
Okay, so this is just based on where we are today going forward with our current staffing and costs and day-to-day expenditures.
In the general fund.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember, and transfers. Councilmember Brown.
Thank you, Mayor. The deficit, which begins really this year, is being driven by, I mean, is there one thing that you can point to in particular that has done this? Probably not, right? This is a general just growth in staff, growth in expenditures, like, is it inflation? Is it supply chain? What are we talking about here?
Everything. Every recurring cost that we have within the general fund. So it's wages, benefits, supplies.
Right.
That we've increased due to inflation. It's purchase services, it's legal, it's professional services, it's everything.
And what is the size of that green bar? Do we have access to these charts somewhere?
Yeah.
I can certainly send them to you.
Okay.
Yeah, the projections are in your packet, and then this will be posted. This is the PowerPoint for today, which has some new charts. So we will.
The new charts, okay.
Yep, so Meredith will post them, and we'll make sure you get them.
Thank you.
Yep.
Councilmember Dickinson.
To quote another council member, don't panic, you've got this, correct? But this is what we're talking about, right? Is that this is just another version of the same thing we saw, which is this hasn't really been cleaned yet, and this isn't really acceptable, and we're gonna have to figure out a solution to this. So we're talking about it today, but we're not moving forward and be like, okay, yeah, we're happy with this. You're gonna get another crack at this before we get another crack at this, and we're gonna try to figure out how to get these green lines to at least neutral. I mean, neutral's not great, but this is, as you said, a structural imbalance, which we really can't move forward with. We can't be expecting one-time things to save the day every year.
Right. This will not
neutral
happen.
is great.
Yeah.
Right, this will not happen, right.
Neutral is great.
Neutral is great.
But can I just reflect that, that what we're looking at is probably more than just like tinkering around the edges and shaving some things. I mean, there will be some substantial cuts, which goes back to the policy discussions around sort of where we feel like those key areas are. Yeah.
Yeah, so I think right now we're just making sure everybody's on the same page of the problem and the magnitude and figuring out, we have goals that we've articulated that are highest level that we want to make sure we achieve. And we're going to build those in, like the use tax program. For families, and so we need to talk about right-sizing the budget in other areas or raising revenue by increasing taxes, which I haven't heard anyone say that that's where we're going this year, given all of the increases in costs for people. So that's the hard conversation that we'll continue to have through the budget process and hopefully today as we get a bit further. Mayor Pro Tem Maloney?
Thank you, Mayor. The budget amendment we approved in June really is why that we have this imbalance. We approved a lot of positions, we increased salaries, we increased retirement, all very important things to do. And we're putting a great challenge in front of the city manager and saying, you need to come back programmatically looking at the services we provide in the city and give us ideas where we could make programmatic strategic cuts so that we're neutral, which is very good. I agree. Neutral is the best place to be. So I think it is a significant challenge for the city manager because she has to balance all of the wonderful services we have in the city, and some of those we may have to be providing differently or less or not at all. And that will be a tough thing. So she's got it, and we're not going to panic.
We've all got it. I mean, it is.
But we made very important decisions with the budget amendment. We own that, so we have to own help balancing this. Thank you, Mayor.
So I think everybody understands this part. Is that correct? All right. And so thank you. Director Watson, back to you.
Okay, and then I wanted to just briefly touch on some of the other main funds that are tied in here. Here's the the Open Space and Parks Fund. So it stays above the minimum level. assuming the transfer from the general fund. I threw the cemetery fund in here because the cemetery fund's transfer from the general fund works a little bit different. For the open space and for the recreation fund, we got a formula that says this is how much we're gonna transfer. For the cemetery fund, we say we're just gonna transfer whatever that fund needs to maintain maintain the minimum. So, and I'll get to more of that in a little bit. Here's the recreation fund. Recreation fund is fine. We're way above the minimum. We're not meeting the total R&R reserve, but I think that was expected. I mean, we talked about this last year. You know, we're on our way. The COVID really got in the way when we shut down. So just wanted to let you know that the recreation fund looks good with the transfers. Here's the capital projects fund. Now, we had this balanced, and then we did add some infrastructure stuff related to the fire. And so there is a little bit more work that we need to do here. We need to go in and cut some of the projects that are listed in your packet. We're gonna need to make some adjustments to those because we fall into a negative equity situation in 2026. Now, the capital projects fund doesn't have a required reserve. We just try and keep about $1 million to $2 million as a rule of thumb in there. So there's just a little bit more work to do in that fund. I'm not going to get into the utility funds because as we heard in the Finance Committee, we don't have, depending on what we approve for the capital in the water, wastewater, and stormwater, will determine, you know, what the council's presented with rates. So right now, we don't have any rate information, so it doesn't look that great. So right now, if you look at the capital, this is the spend down on the water fund, the wastewater fund, there's some work to do probably. That does enter a negative working capital position. Stormwater fund is good. So, but there's more work to do on those too. So I don't want to alarm you regarding the utility fund. Golf course fund looks good. You know, based upon, you know, a lot of the capital golf course fund is now in the capital projects fund. It is not in the capital or the golf course fund. So that helps it fund its operations. And it looks like it can do that and some more. Okay, so, and I will turn this one over to Lisa. We're gonna get into the use tax piece right now.
Sure, I can take it from here if you want to stay there. So in response to requests from City Council to evaluate potential impacts from use tax for the rebuilds, Director Zucchero had done this work a couple months ago just to inform the budget. And so these are the numbers that are informing the budget that you all have in front of you. So we wanted to go through those assumptions. Within our published fee schedule that City Council adopts each year, we have a minimum valuation for single-family residential at $180 a square foot. And so to be conservative, for the purposes of the budget, we use the minimum valuation. And again, we were also conservative on the average size of rebuild at 2,600 square feet. I actually have up-to-date information for the permits that have come in so far. So if you're curious about how this compares to what's coming in, we can go through that. And then we are working right now from a 5-year rebuild timeframe with the number of units that you see each year shown here. And this is the time of permit issuance. So this would be the year the permits are issued. We collect these fees when the permits are issued. And then, oh, you're good. So then from here, then you can see we put all this information into the table. Again, using the number of units at this square foot and multiplying that out, this would be the total valuation for each year. This is just the city's use tax percentage. It does not include the 0.985 or 0.985 that goes to the county. So this is simply the city's share that we would collect each year. And then if we did a 50% rebate, I'm just showing that calculation. And so you can see kind of this is the total impact for potential use funds using conservative estimates. So I know that Councilmember Maloney had run some scenarios earlier that were pretty different from this, but these are the estimates that we put in the budget.
So did you want to talk at all about the numbers that you're seeing on permits that are actually coming in?
Sure. So to date, we have received 32 permit applications. the total valuation on each permit is running just, if you average these, I'm going to speak in averages, just shy of $1 million for the valuation of each permit. And also the square footage, hold on, let me add this up again. The square footage for the homes to date are just north of 4,000 square feet. And so I think to build some assumptions around this might be that.
So could you just
Sorry.
give us the calculation on the, so you used 180 because that's what we have as our minimum. So
Yes.
you're seeing, will you just tell us the math on that really quick?
Sure, you bet.
Sorry.
No,
for
no, that's
making you
good.
do
I
it.
had this and then I cleared my calculator. I had it already. Sorry, give me 1 second.
No
If you
problem.
ask that question again.
So, yeah, just trying to, so I.
Oh,
I-
the square footage.
Yeah, the
value.
price per square foot. So I
Gotcha.
know,
Sorry,
so
thank you.
when we showed the first slide, it's, I don't want anyone to think that we think that that's what it's actually being charged to you as a price per square foot. But when your builder comes in, they tell the city an estimate of the price per square footage, which is not necessarily what they're charging you. And the minimum amount that we're legally allowing them to tell us is $180 a square foot. So I'm just trying to clarify for the process, like if people see this number 180, they'll be like, we can't build for that. But when builders come in, that's the minimum number we allow them to tell us because they pay tax based on half of the value of the house on that number. And so we're getting numbers from actual builders, and what Lisa's told us is that the number appears to be, drum roll please,
230. So the
130.
valuation is coming in higher than the minimums, which.
And again, I'm not implying that anyone can build a house for that. That's just what we're being told by the builders, and that's what they're paying tax on.
And that's true, and it doesn't also include some of the soft costs and things like that. So this is really related to the construction of the materials and the labor. It might not include the structural engineering costs and some of the soft costs in the
Okay.
valuation.
So you're seeing about 230, and you're seeing bigger houses than the average house size, because I think you told us before the average house in Louisville was about 2,800 square feet.
2820 was the average size we lost. 26, again, we rounded down and went conservative on our assumptions. I might suspect over time that the later permits might start valuing lesser in size. It's just an assumption. Maybe those that are moving forward more quickly might have been better positioned insurance-wise, but that is completely an assumption. That's not based on what we know.
And what you are showing us, these numbers, is what you had built in the revenue side.
That's correct.
And so currently, is the grant program built in on the expenditure side of the general fund, or that's something that we'll add?
No, it's not built in, but we do have some slides to show you.
Okay, should we look at those before we ask questions?
Yeah.
Or are there questions on this so far? Mayor Pro Tem Maloney.
I just have one quick question, Mayor, thank you. Director Ritchie, what is the percent of the build cost that's attributable to materials?
We charge use tax on 50% of the total valuation.
Okay, so $500,000 then. Is that an
Yes.
across the board? You always do that?
Yes.
Okay. Because
The person-
I was using a different assumption, so thank you.
Yep.
A person can contest that if they can come and demonstrate that they have used fewer than that and that services cost more than that. But I think that
Very
never
rarely happens. And we also have the ability to audit. And again, we typically don't do that.
Can you just repeat what you just said about, that did not go in my brain, and I don't see something in front of me, so if you could just repeat that.
I said or what Lisa said.
What Lisa said about the amount.
The
So-
portion of use tax we collect is 50% of the total valuation. So we collect the use tax on 50% of the total valuation.
And that
So the-
valuation is,
Let me just say it a different
Okay.
way. So the use tax is basically a sales tax on material, but because you didn't purchase them in the city, you could have purchased them anywhere, you pay use tax instead of sales tax. That's how the voters have approved our construction use taxes, and so then you don't have to pay sales tax somewhere else. So to try to estimate the cost of materials, we ask people what the value of the project is, and then we say, okay, well, labor is a portion of it. We don't have use tax on labor, so we estimate that the tax on materials is 50% of the actual value. If a person wants to show documentation that their actual materials was less than 50%, they can bring the material costs to the staff, and they'll calculate it based on the actual cost if they want, but they don't have to do that. They can just accept this 50% on the valuation, and in that, we only allow someone a minimum of $180 a square foot. So sometimes we see that $180 number come up over and over again. So when we're using that as an estimate, it's not because that's what we think you can build a house for, it's because that's what builders tell us the value is per square foot. And that's often the number they give us because that's the minimum we allow.
And do we accept that?
We can audit it. That was the point that Lisa was making.
We will accept it. We will accept it, but we do have the ability to audit. However, to my knowledge, we have not done that in.
Yeah, we haven't done any residential audits. We normally do our audits on large commercial developments when we do them, and we have done them.
Okay, so a lot of the numbers that we've seen rolling around the community and some of the emails we've received about what these use taxes are going to cost.
So some of the assumptions, their valuations, most people, as I've noted, the average valuation, is coming in $50 a square foot higher than this, and there are going to be certainly that some come in much higher than that. We don't always assume that the valuations actually reflect. We think people probably are hedging down, when they submit their valuations, because it does save them money at the time of permit. But the 180, for the purposes of the budget, we use the 180, because they could come in with that amount.
Right, I'm just trying to understand, because, obviously we've been getting lots of emails about people who are very concerned, and it sounds to me like, I'm trying to understand, what I think we're hearing from people is that seem to be using maybe 100%, or are they pulling numbers off a website or something? I'm just trying to figure out, it sounds like Councilmember Brown.
Let me just take a time out for a second. So I've seen lots of different math from lots of different people, but I just want to pull this back a level. So our staff had, before we gave the direction on Tuesday, which was like, in staff terms, 10 hours ago, because they've had to have had this packet published a week ago, they were using these numbers to estimate what we thought the revenue would come in based on previous experiences. But from the direction I've heard from council members, even though the revenue goes to special revenue funds, whatever we actually get is what I've heard people talk about actually rebating. So to some extent, it's not a moot point because it does matter how the transfers work and where the cuts come from and how we fund the program, but to some extent, it's a moot point because it's not like we have said we would rebate in excess of what someone paid. So if the builder estimates really low and comes in at 180, the grant that would come back would be really low and at 108 because that's what was paid. So I don't want us to get too hung up on the details of the program and how it might work and how it could work and what would happen, because the staff need to work through the details of rebate, grant, how exactly it would be administered, and we'll have that discussion at a future point. I think we just need to talk about fund balances and order of magnitude and how we might fund it type conversations, and try to give the direction staff needs to make the program. And I think I've seen everyone's hand, so Councilmember Brown.
Thank you, Mayor. In the packet for Tuesday, you included that green chart.
Yes.
With all of the different, and it compared the two different municipalities and unincorporated Boulder County. And then, the final number for Louisville on $1 million home was somewhere around $33,000 or something like that. That reflects this 180 per square foot and the 50%?
No, so that table reflects the actual valuations that would have varied. So what we didn't do in that table was relate it to a square foot. So we only related it to a valuation. So independent of square foot. So if someone entered in a $700,000 home, which maybe that's a small home with a really high price per square foot or a big home with a low price. We didn't try and do that. It was just valuation of 700, and we compared all of those 5 amounts across the jurisdiction. So
I see.
Does that answer your question?
It does, but it does reflect it does reflect the 50%
Yes.
number.
Yes.
You're taking the 50%. Okay.
Yeah, that table is still accurate.
Okay,
It would be the cost that people would pay for use tax.
thank you.
Do you have a follow-up, Mayor Pro Tem Maloney?
Well, if we go back to that table, I'm struggling reconciling the numbers. So, for example, if we take a $1 million home, and if we use 50%, that means we would calculate the use tax of 3.65% on that. So that should come out to like $18,000, and what this chart says is $23,000.
This chart here does not include the portion that goes to Boulder County. This is only the portion that the city retains.
Right.
Okay.
The use tax for the city of Louisville is 3.65%, and then the county's 9.9 whatever.
Yeah.
So that's not, I'm not including that.
Okay.
Are you saying that what says Louisville use tax also includes the county? Because there's a line for county on the chart.
It's included in the Louisville total.
Thank you. That reconciles it. Thank you.
Okay.
And that kind of goes to the point that I was trying to make on Tuesday, that when someone comes in and pays their permit costs, the person paying doesn't discern between a fee for building inspection and a tax in Louisville versus a tax in Boulder County. They just see a total.
Oh, sure. I understand that, but this chart says Louisville use
Got it.
tax, and it's Louisville plus the county.
Plus county.
So we wouldn't do anything about the county portion if we decide to have a grant program. And so it would significantly lower this because that's a whole percent.
That's true. And when you look at Superior's use tax, the before and after rebate, you'll notice that Superior's after rebate matches Boulder County for that exact
Right.
reason.
Right. Thank you.
Other comments, questions on this so far? Councilmember Dickinson.
Thank you. Having fun spreadsheet time over here. One thing, your total valuation of 215 is one column shy, so it's 257. Just when you add those up.
Sorry, I did this late last night. Thank you.
Yeah, no, it's okay. It's
Thank
just-
you for checking
yep.
that.
I don't think that matters in any part of the conversation, because that's just that's it. 215,000 should be, or 215 million.
I'm short.
The
One of the
total
42s.
valuation is probably the sum of the first four instead of the sum of all five.
Thank you.
Because I couldn't get it to match for a second. But so what I'm trying to understand is a home might be a builder saying your home's going to cost you $350. They report to you $250, and that's fine because it's above $180. But if they reported to you $150, you'd say no, it's going to be $180. That's your minimum. But what we have so far is $1 million for a 4,000 square foot house, so a 250 per. So that's kind of what's been coming in, and that might change based on some assumptions over time. So this is really the 180 is really conservative, both from what we'll bring in and what we might have to rebate if we were going to do a rebate program, obviously. But both those numbers would go together, right? So if they came in a lot higher, we'd get a lot more and rebate a lot more. So I think I get that now. And then, so I was able to, get back to some of your numbers. So I just wanted to, I think that was the piece I just needed clarification on, is the 180. And then when we start shifting this, adjusting this, based on the reality of what's really coming in and how long we hold on to like this. I mean, because this is the lowest, it's not even conservative, it is the lowest possible number we could get, right?
Unless the properties take more than 5 years to rebuild, right? So I think that could
So
also.
the units per year.
The units per year, if it takes longer to get to all the units, that's something that we didn't account for, or
And so that's
how that
about
shifts.
50% by the end of 2023, roughly. 275 is in the ballpark, or it's almost exactly, okay. Okay. I think I'm good for right now.
So I think there was a slide on a potential grant program that was coming next, or no? Yeah, Mayor Pro Tem Maloney, and then.
I know I'm
Councilman-
belaboring this chart, but the charts for a number of units per year assumes every home is rebuilt. And I'm going to make up a number, 20% are up for sale or will be up for sale. So this is probably more than the maximum. Would you agree with that statement?
I think getting every home rebuilt in 5 years would be really successful for our residents. This is, again, one of the assumptions that we're going to have to continue to play with over time.
Yeah, I think over 5 years, we'll be lucky if 80% rebuilt. What I'm counting there is the ones that sell, because if we have a program, and I know we're getting to the slide, I'm only going to want to do this for the people who lost their homes, not for somebody who bought the lot.
So just on the numbers, you said you have about 50 permits so far?
We have 32 so far.
All right. Director Watson, you want to take us to the next part of this?
So if we accept the $4.7 million revenue number, and then we take that to the general fund, and then the general fund pays that out over that same period of 5 years, here would be the projection of the general fund, which actually shows it going into a negative equity account. So then the issue is, okay, so what are some of the things that we could immediately do? And the city manager and I talked about this. One of the things, we could remove the current year transfer to the capital projects fund. That's a $3 million transfer we're making this year. It's a one-time transfer, it's non-recurring, that we're making directly into the capital projects fund. If we remove that, that has a big impact to 22, 23, 24. I mean, we don't even hit the target until 25, and that's with the grant program coming out of the general fund with all of the amounts paid within 5 years. If we take that, what that does do though, that has obviously a negative impact to the capital projects fund. So then we go here and we say, okay, so we need to cut some capital projects, so.
And just to be sure everybody's following to where we are so far. So this chart and the previous chart had built in a revenue side to capital, open space, and historic preservation from construction use tax.
Yes.
And it also then now has built in a rebate that's proportional to that revenue.
Yes, and the rebates all coming out of the general fund.
Right, but I just want to make sure everybody's
Yes.
on the same page. So the new chart here basically cancels the transfer to the capital projects fund.
Right.
And then when you go to that capital projects fund, that has the revenue that it receives in it
Yes.
from those, but it's just removed the general fund transfer.
Right, correct.
But this also assumes all the capital projects without
Right.
any discussion of it, removal of any projects.
And we haven't talked about that
Right,
yet.
right. That conversation's coming, but just want to make sure everybody's clear as to what the different charts
Can I-
show. Councilmember
Can you just go-
Dickinson and then Most.
Oh, sorry.
You can get it, Maxine.
Councilmember Most.
You always call him first. I used to have to
I
sit.
just have to go in order.
I know. I used to have to sit.
If you guys want me to rearrange you, I'll
I
call
always
on you
sat in the
first.
back of the room when I was a child, and I always got called on last, and I have a ongoing trauma about it. Okay, can you just go back to the previous slide?
Sorry.
Too much information. This is what happens when you make me sit in a meeting about budgets for this many hours. Okay, so what I want to do is just still looking at this. This is the general fund, again, we're looking at, right? But we're still looking at expenditures exceeding revenue, right?
Yep.
All those years. And this is this including the transfers that we'd be making and the rebates for the?
Yeah, the only thing we've added here from the previous slide is we're going to remove the one-time transfer to the capital projects fund. It includes everything else, all the wages, all the transfers to the recreation, everything
Okay,
else.
so you move that $3 million transfer.
Yeah, that raises the
And
green
we're
price.
still, we don't have enough money.
Well, so so we've identified a couple different problems. And so the operational deficiency I think you called it a textbook operational deficiency, is that what you
Structural
called it?
imbalance.
Yes.
A textbook structural imbalance.
The director, Kevin Watson, is
So that.
Economics 101.
So
Sorry.
we've talked about that, and we need to have a discussion about how to balance it, but let's set that aside. So that's why the bars are going down. So let's just set that aside for a second. And so now we have added in the grant program, and we have removed the transfer to capital projects fund. And so it's just showing that that actually makes it, if you ignore the structural imbalance, which we've already said as a group that we need to address, that shows that that keeps the general fund flat, basically, minus the structural imbalance. But then if you go to the capital projects fund, if that's the approach we want to take, we still have some work to do to make the capital projects fund balance, because if you go to the next slide, you'll see that the green bars go below zero.
Right, but the previous slide, it wasn't staying the same. The fund balance was still decreasing.
So that's because of the structural imbalance. Because if you look at the red bars exceeding the blue bars
Right.
each year, so each year it's going to get worse and worse and worse because our expenditures are higher
Right.
than our revenues. So everybody had an agreement that the structural imbalance was a problem.
Okay.
And we need to address that by talking about right-sizing our operational budget, which means we're going to have some really hard conversations about service levels and program areas to make those two bars balance. So I'm just saying, set that problem aside for just a moment. And so if you set that problem aside for a moment, that is the issue with the linear decline over time. Then you see that this keeps us in the positive in the general fund if you remove that. But then we have a problem in the capital projects fund that we'll need to address.
Now, this just allows you to start at a higher level so you got more time to react.
Mayor Pro Tem Maloney.
Higher diving
The
board.
fund balance is decreasing at an increasing rate, okay?
Right.
You know, I think the concept, not doing the transfer to the capital funds project should be extended to the other funds that we are you already did that iteration probably, that we collect use taxes for that are above what the predicted revenues were. So open space and the rec center are two examples, and you probably have right there a chart.
Yeah, so what I did, the first thing I did was said, what if the general fund did not make any transfers to the open space and parks fund or the recreation fund? They immediately go to a negative equity. I mean, they immediately go to a negative equity. So then I said, well, what if we treat this like I showed you the cemetery fund, to where the general fund isn't required to do a certain amount based upon the CPI, but the general fund transfers just the amount necessary to keep it at its minimum balance. So it's funny, that gives you some more room at the beginning, but it's like as the years go by, you almost go back to what you needed to transfer because you still got that. But it does give you some extra room to go. And then to prove that, then the open space and parks fund would look like this, and the recreation fund would look like this. So we're transferring just enough to get them up to the minimum. So that would make a change in our financial policies. We'd have to rewrite that. But then that would give the general fund, again, a little bit more on the earlier years to be able to absorb the cost. So,
Mayor Pro Tem Maloney, and then Councilmember Dickinson, and then Councilmember Most.
So, I mean, I like the concept. I didn't go that deep with the rec center. And the reason why, could you go to the rec center? Because what that's not showing is the commitment we have to renewal and replacement.
That's correct. This removes that commitment. You notice I took that dotted line out because.
I noticed that. And the problem with that is, and one of the things was on my list of questions for today, because I don't believe the renewal and replacement schedule of not only for the equipment replacement, for the building renewal and replacement is reflected in our budgets right now.
The expenditures.
The expenditures, the capital expenditures.
Okay.
So where this would be fine if we didn't do anything to the building and didn't replace any equipment, and that was what we used for the reason for the ballot issue to have the sales tax and use tax. So I would struggle a great deal doing this
So-
particular item.
Are you saying my understanding of it is different than what I heard you just say, so I'm just asking you to clarify.
Okay.
Are you saying the ballot measure, in your opinion, was to fund renewal replacement? Because my understanding of it was that it was to fund the additional operating expense. And then council put on top of it a fiscal policy, which I think was a valiant effort to be able to fund renewal replacement. But I think those two things are slightly different.
Well, maybe what I remember is what I want to remember, but I thought it was operating and capital. Because we knew there were going to be, and that was part of the green plan study and so forth, and we knew one of the issues with the rec center was having funding to be able to replace equipment in its useful life. So,
I think there was an order that I said, so whatever that was, go forth.
Is me and then Maxine, and now it looks like Kyle after. This is really helpful, and I do think it's a little problematic. Like, this is good to see, but again, it's a little problematic to still have, a general fund that's declining because we haven't fixed that issue. And so it's like, this doesn't feel as good when you then see that slide and it's like, but it's still going into, underwater. Like, so, wanting to look at it like this and feel good about it. But I'm really surprised at the capital fund. So my understanding is that 3% of the use tax is going to go, of all these rebuilds, right? 3% is going to go to the capital fund. Is that accurate?
That's correct.
And even that 3%, which I had at like $8 million, isn't. So I think part of it is the $180 instead of like 250 or 300 or 300. So if the average building cost is actually 250, not 180, and if you, which you can't, put all those in 1 year, right? I mean, it's all, so we're going to get that money over time. Cost of building is probably going to go up over time, but that really conservative number of 180, I think, also creates some, I mean, I guess what I'm saying is I'm curious to see what the capital fund budget looks like if that number comes in more like 225 or 250 instead of 180, because the lion's share of the money is going to the capital fund.
Okay.
Anyway, right? So like, does that fix the problem in that fund or not? I don't know how, what that number would have to, like, what's the break even where the average is coming in and the number of houses being built and all that. So
So
that's
I think-
where my curiosity is.
At a future meeting or as
Yeah.
follow-up, maybe we could run some of the different valuations so people can see these charts with some different valuations. So maybe the 250 and the 300 version.
Okay.
Because yes, that will make the capital fund look that much better, and it will make the general fund look that much worse. Because the grant program will be that much bigger out of the general fund.
If we do a percentage.
Well,
If the grant program is a
is a
percent.
rebate,
Right.
if it's just rebating the tax back, if you make, it will be exactly proportional, which is what I was.
Unless we
trying
did
to-
like a flat one.
If you do a flat one, it would be different. I hadn't heard that thrown out yet, but sure.
I just threw it out. Cool. Nice. I'm done.
Councilmember Most was next.
No, I have nothing.
Councilmember Brown.
Thank you, Mayor. The question, so one of the things that I just want to call out, and I'm not saying that this conversation is without merit, but what I am going to say is that we are trying to fix, we already have a structural imbalance in our expenditures, and the general fund is already trending down. And then we are adding potential, some hypothetical program that we haven't created yet, or, fully funded, and now we're trying to fix it. So, there's a part of me that thinks that we ought to really be fixing the sort of structural imbalance before we go and try to create and fund the program, so that we know that that we fixed that problem, that we're not trying to compensate, like these general fund transfers and whatnot aren't trying to compensate for the structural imbalance first. Does that make sense?
Sure, I was trying to set that problem aside, so if you just look in the first year and don't look at any of the other years, you can see what you're talking about. But we can put a pause on this use tax conversation and have that conversation to fix the structural imbalance and give direction around that first if you all want. I think I heard everyone say we want to fix that.
The structural imbalance?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. I mean, that's fine. I just want to make sure that if whatever fund transfers that we're funding are really just, or however we end up funding the grant program is really about funding the grant program and isn't necessary. I know it's all money, but, you know, we need to have that other structural imbalance conversation and kind of keep track of what interventions fund what, if that makes sense.
I got you.
It looks like our city manager, Davis, wants to make some comments.
Yeah, I would just like to make a comment about the sort of the fixing the structural imbalance and just emphasize that it's a result of some significant forces that have occurred within a 1-year period of time. And I don't think that it's going to be easy to fix that. I think it's going to take some time. So I don't know that we're going to be able to fix it in 1 year, you know, or certainly not before that. So I think having that conversation about the direction we want to go with approaching that is really important, but I just want to make sure everyone understands that, you know, this is probably something recovering from the Marshall Fire, recovering from this current economic situation and COVID is going to take some time.
So at the risk of trying to move us along too quickly, which this could be a very dangerous mistake, it seems like there may be some consensus around when we see this next time to remove the transfers and understand if we take the capital projects fund transfer away and make the rec and open space fund transfers the minimum, that would be a starting point of the next discussion, like that those would be things people could live with. And I'm looking at the one person that said something different than that, Mayor Pro Tem Maloney.
Philosophically, matching the amount of transfers to the calculated use tax is something I would support. Going beyond that would be a different discussion for me.
Okay, is that something everybody could get behind? So instead of making it the minimum, let's say the rec fund went up by $500,000, that Mayor Pro Tem Maloney is suggesting that the transfer would be reduced by $500,000. I just tried to use a flat figure. So I think what Mayor Pro Tem Maloney suggested is rather than funding the minimum to keep it at the minimum line, that let's say the use tax in the recreation fund is $500,000, that your proposal was to reduce the transfer by up to that $500,000.
Correct.
Oh, I got
Instead
it.
of up to the minimum.
Right, so we're matching the
So,
transfer to the use tax.
and that would be in the case of the open space fund and in the rec fund, but we would just eliminate the transfer to the capital
Right,
projects
and
fund.
that's only, by my calculations, approximately a third of the use tax.
So let me just reiterate what I think Mayor Pro Tem Maloney's proposing, and then we'll have a conversation about if people can get behind that as philosophical. So what I had thrown out was just eliminating the transfers. So now wipe that out of your mind for a moment. There are 3 transfers that happen currently. One is to the Capital Projects Fund. I believe the proposal is to remove the transfer to the Capital Projects Fund. Then the proposal would be that the other 2 funds should see use tax revenues from the rebuild. And Mayor Pro Tem Maloney is proposing that we would eliminate the transfer in the amount of the use tax that they realize. So if they realize $500,000, we would reduce the transfer by $500,000. Does that make sense? I just want to make sure we all understand the proposal. Councilmember Most.
Is the transfer that we're currently making or plan to make greater than the amount that they'd be receiving from the use tax?
Director Watson, could you put back the transfer table?
Could be, maybe, who knows?
We'll know in just 1 second.
Okay.
So I think the answer would be no, because you would not, because this is going to occur over a 5-year period.
Right.
And they get just a fraction of the 4.7 million. So, you know, I need to run the numbers, but I do think there's room there to do what Mayor Pro Tem is saying.
So, may I?
Mayor Pro Tem Maloney, yes.
So, if I have the numbers correct, we're, on the open space, we're looking at approximately half of that. And on the recreation fund, much less than that over the 5-year period. So that does leave room for discussion about increasing the one in the rec center, but I struggle with that, given that that is restricted for a purpose, but I'm also okay saying if the use tax is more than we need in order to maintain the intent of the use tax, then I'm okay transferring that, or not transferring that.
So just my comments on, I think from a use tax program philosophy, I can understand where you're coming from and support that. I don't think from the structural imbalance issue that takes talking about this transfer off the table. So for the use tax conversation, I completely understand and agree with the proposal.
Well-
But it doesn't mean I'm done talking about the transfer to the recreation fund with the structure imbalance.
I'm not done either, but I think what I'm proposing is a starting point.
I agree. Councilmember Brown.
Thanks, yeah, I think I just want to highlight that it's probably going to take some, you know, if our priority is a use tax rebate grant program, it's going to take some doing, and for lack of better words, and it's going to mean that transfers that we would normally make, we might have to, you know, not make those transfers. I think we all agree on that. But might actually mean that we need to make even, you know, smaller transfers than we would consider, right? I think it's, we need to have on the flexibility and the idea that, first of all, I think it's important for us to think about what the actual voter intent was, right? The use tax is actually going into the rec fund. That's the voter intended stuff. The transfer from the general fund is an additional policy that we've had over the years. So let's separate those, right? What did the voters intend? What is that for versus what is the general fund doing? And then let's think about, well, what do we really need? How much of that general fund do we really need? And can we get by with less? Because I think and we have to approach that. I'm using the rec center as sort of an example.
Everything.
I think we need to approach that from the open space side as well, and capital improvements potentially as well.
So did I see a hand on this side? Councilmember Dickinson.
Yeah, I mean, this is clearly a really important issue. So, you know, I think just what you brought up, Kyle's really important. I mean, like last year, we did a transfer of $950,000 to open space. So if we didn't do that transfer, we have an extra $1 million in the general fund. And that would really hurt open space to not get that $900,000. But it's gonna get $100,000, $300,000, $400,000 depending on all of this stuff, right? But not in 1 year again. So but that's the point, right? Is like we are transferring $900,000 that we don't have to based on the voters. We do it for other reasons. So yeah, I think, you know, there's a lot of wiggle room here and trying to figure out the exact right way to do it that's systematic and makes sense. And I'm totally in support of that jumping off point that you came up with.
Councilmember Fahey.
Thanks. Yeah, I also agree that this is the way to go. But before we move on from this particular topic, I just want to first thank staff and Director Watson in particular, and the previous councils, because without what has been done financially for the last 10 or 15 years, we wouldn't have this money to even be discussing what we can and cannot do and rebate and all of these things. We have a significant amount of money in reserve and all these fund balances and that. I think it's just amazing what has been done so that we can get through this together.
Thanks, Councilmember Fahey. And so just to summarize, I think the next time we see it, there's consensus around eliminating the transfer to the Capital Projects Fund and making the transfer to the Open Space and Park Fund and the Recreation Fund match the amount of the use tax increase that those funds will recognize. But that doesn't mean we're done talking about other operational things for the structural imbalance. Mayor Pro Tem Maloney.
So tactically, we're talking about rebuilding over 5 years. I mean, is that because, you know, for the building code, we said 3 years. Are we saying 5 years here? I guess that's a question. But the reason why I bring that up is because whether it's 3 or 5 years, the transfers or lack of transfers should be
matched,
spread over those same years. And so it's not $3 million next year. It might be $3 million over 5 years, for example.
Right, but I think the big transfer to the Capital Projects Fund happens in the first year.
Right, yes.
So I think I agree with you. And the way that we have budgeted it puts $3 million into the Capital Projects Fund in the first year. So
Right, but the refunds will happen over the period of time that we choose, so.
Yeah,
I
the
would just like to see us to match that as much as possible, and it won't feel as hard.
Okay, so would you just please put back up the capital projects fund? And I think that frames some of the context of the next discussion. So that takes the $100 million, list of projects that couldn't be funded, and it extends it a bit further, essentially. So just keep that in mind when we're looking through the capital project list. Like, there were lots of things on that list of unfunded, and it's okay to bring some of those forward and talk about it. And there are lots of things that board and commissions wanted that remain unfunded, and it's totally appropriate to bring them forward and talk about them. But just recognize that what we just talked about and prioritize makes that problem worse. And so we'll have to find additional things to move if we want to make changes there. And in any case, we have to find additional things to remove. Mayor Pro Tem Maloney.
And there's additions potentially with roads and other infrastructure that,
Some of the roads are in here.
yeah, but to what extent? I think we have to gauge all of those things, Mayor, and so
Right.
I completely agree with you. I just don't want us to forget that could be as significant as well.
Absolutely. So do people feel like, I guess I'll ask our city manager, are we okay to move to the capital projects portion?
Yes.
All right.
I don't have any slides. Do you want me, Megan, do you want to?
I guess I will just kick this off by saying at the beginning of, one of our communications, I can't remember which one it was. I think it was the one about the process. It was about the process. You'll see that we sent out to staff some budget guidelines for this year. And I think the general guidelines for the capital improvement plan that we submitted, we explained, that we have significant fiscal challenges to address, and that we were asking people to budget for maintaining what we have versus adding new projects and new assets, or I should say, kind of new assets or new things that need to be maintained, new amenities, et cetera. So that was kind of one of the really the key principle around this, and that's what we tried to do. So I would just share that with you, and was our strategy. There may be things we missed in our ad that wanted to add, and you can tell us if you don't want to go in that direction. So.
Great. And so we're now talking about capital projects. I think it makes sense, and we can do it a different way if folks want to, but to kind of go through this on a fund basis or a program area basis, because they somewhat align, even though that's not perfect. So the first fund in our packet is the Open Space and Parks Fund. And so we can think about the programs that are funded out of the Open Space and Parks Fund. And I know we've had a lot of conversation in the past year about community expectations in the open space and parks maintenance. And, we funded a booster program for 2022 to try to get some things addressed that have been ongoing issues. And there are also some parks and open spaces that have been impacted by the Marshall Fire that have insurance proceeds to help with the rebuilds and costs on. So philosophically, are there some things folks want to talk about? I know we've talked a lot about forestry and the need to change, to catch up on forestry with dead and dying trees, with ash borer and just other trees that are dead and dying. I know we've talked a lot about sprinkler systems that are at the end of their useful life. And I guess I'd wonder if we think this level of funding in conjunction with the funding that we have in 2022, will be able to address the deficiencies that have been identified. I guess I'll turn it over to Director Blackmore.
I'll answer the forestry concerns first. There is still a little bit of to be determined with that as we establish the true inventory of the tree system, true impact of the fire to our tree system. We do have operational dollars annually for tree replacement. My anticipation is that is going to not be sufficient for a full program. Again, with most of my answers today, it's with a pretty novice knowledge in a month in this position. But we are working towards a more standardized process for evaluating the true fiscal impact of a properly maintained and evaluated urban forestry program. There is no from what, just looking at this sheet, there is no substantial capital dollars being allocated to tree replacement. So we would certainly be willing to consider that. In addition to that, to the irrigation question, it's a similar answer, but we do have monies allocated in this capital plan, mostly starting in 2024 for irrigation replacements. Staff has done a pretty thorough evaluation of our irrigation systems, and we're waiting on a dollar amount to be associated with that evaluation, but I would envision that there's going to have to be some decisions made on prioritization with the amount of funds that's allocated in this current plan.
So just looking at this and comparing, I know we had some meetings at the end of last year, and we have a new Parks and Recreation and Open Space and Golf Director. So I think this might be an area where one of the budget meetings through the budget process, if we could kind of focus on where the funding we've already allocated for this year gets us, and then what are the identified gaps, and then what are the areas where we don't have identified gaps, but we know there are other gaps, like the areas where there's the information we don't know. Because this is an area over the last couple of years where we've hoped to see some change, and we're really excited to have a new director on board to help us get to that point. So I think we just need some more information to understand where what we have planned gets us. And I don't know how productive it would be to dig into each one of these numbers without that conversation. Councilmember Fahey?
I'm just wondering if this is the place to be incorporating some kind of fire mitigation plan for the future in the open space and in the parks. There's been a lot of discussion from the fire victims about how are we going to prevent this in the future. And can we partner with the fire department or with the ditch companies or whoever is in charge of getting rid of the dead debris?
I'll just put a pause in this conversation for just a moment because we really want to have that conversation. I 100% support you, and council was hoping to have that conversation Tuesday night as part of our conversation, and it's on hold due to pending litigation. And so we absolutely want to incorporate that in the budget, and we absolutely want to have that conversation. And we will get a chance to have that conversation, and we just need to wait till our city attorney clears the conversation.
Okay, then I'll move on. The one other comment that I've heard from some advisory board members was the fact that the wayfinding program was taken out of the CIPs. And so, and this is something that they've been working on for 7 years, I think it is. So to have it delayed again is going to be a significant hindrance to a lot of the board members.
Yep, and this is a perfect, and Debbie, thank you so much for being the first one to go, because this is what's so hard about this. So we have a lot of things that we're going to have to remove from the budget, and each one is really hard. And so we do need to prioritize which things are super important. And so absolutely, if we want to put wayfinding back in, that's appropriate, and I would ask you what you want to take out. Mayor Pro Tem Maloney.
Yeah, this is going to be a tough process. The one question I had for the city manager was the 2022 estimates. Are there projects that have not been started that are potential for discussion?
You know, most of these projects in 2022 have started. Adam, I'm not sure if you're aware of any that haven't, but I believe most of these projects are underway, have been initiated at some level.
And if you're looking at 104th and Empire Trail, it's largely funded by TIP funding.
Right.
Right, I mean, there's funding sources for some of these, but, you know, I'm always looking for Easter eggs, so I thought I'd ask.
Yeah.
They've all been started in one form or fashion. There may be some elements like the soft surface trail management plan or some resurfacing where they're partially completed. Sorry. They've all been started or planned in one form or fashion, but some of them are not, obviously, as you saw with Mr. Watson's slides, not fully completed yet, or the funding hasn't been fully expended, so.
Can I?
Councilmember Most.
So I just have a question. I'm just trying to understand this Conservation Trust Lottery Fund. Is that money that's coming to us from the state or something? Or?
Yep. So we can, I mean, so I was trying to group it by sort of programmatic area. So we, a few years back, tried to simplify things and fund the playground replacement out of the Conservation Trust Lottery Fund. It doesn't cover the whole cost of playground replacement, especially given the new direction council gave on the level of service that we would hope to see on playground replacements. And so that's
Yeah,
part of this discussion.
Yeah, I'm just asking, because to me, I'm like, that looks like it's parks and recs and open space.
Yep.
So, but that's a separate thing that we're getting funding from outside the city, and how much flexibility do we have on what we do with that?
Director Blackmore.
So the CTF funding is, you have to ask for project approval. Generally, the state is pretty lenient if it does something to enhance your parks and recreation operation, but it is isolated to parks, rec, trails, that kind of thing.
Because I have a personal pet peeve, and I don't know if this is the right time to bring it up, but on park replacement, which is Joe Carnival Park. When I moved to this town 16 years ago, it was the oldest park in town, and it was decrepit and horrible, and it has those old kind of metal swings that come off, the big metal things that come off the ground when you swing them, and I keep seeing lists of park replacement, and I realize we're in the cutting process, but I keep seeing these lists of park replacements, and that park should be the top of the list because it hasn't been replaced in over 25 years. Deb, do you know?
So I think that,
Anyway, so I know we are cutting, but I
I just think a different way of asking that is, could you please tell us about the playground replacement order?
Yeah, and I'll just speak to, I know that Director Coar had kind of gotten some direction and briefed on where we're at with all of our playground replacement schedule. And from what I recall in that meeting, Joe Carnival was towards the top, if not the top of that list, so.
Yeah, there was kind of two segments of that list that we saw when it came to council, and it had the parks that have been damaged in the fire. So it had the Sunflower Park and the Enclave Park listed as fire recovery parks that were associated with those projects, and it had Joe Carnival and Meadows Park listed as the other two,
Right,
if my recollection serves.
And if I can just make a comment, that Joe Carnival Park, I understand we're looking at the fire replacement, and I totally understand that, but those homes haven't been built yet, and that park is being used every day.
So I just encourage everybody to go back and look at that packet that already came to council, because it showed the track on both of those, and the fire replacement parks were associated with insurance and fire recovery and on a parallel track. Maybe we can go to Director Coer and ask if he wants to expand on that. I think he was the one who brought us that presentation. Director Coer?
Sure, good questions. I almost made it all the way without unmuting. Joe Carnival and Meadow were on the first track, and we're going to be starting those. An RFP's coming to council in the next meeting or two, and then we'll get started on those this fall with the concept designs and public outreach. Sunflower and Enclave will start more Q2 of next year once we get into more rebuild in those areas. Does that answer your question?
Yes, thank you.
I will say that before the fire, Enclave Park was scheduled to be replaced this year, wasn't it?
I mean, I think we've had a number of discussions around parks, so I guess my question would be, at what point in time? At one point in time, we had a different schedule. So I think we're on a good track now with those. That sounds great. Councilmember Lay.
And of course, I know we're trying to move ahead, and I want to take us backwards for just a second to just the comment that you made about fire mitigation and so forth. I do appreciate some, and I don't know all the discussions that have gone on that the city attorney needs to weigh in on. I guess I wondered whether it is appropriate, at least philosophically, or not even philosophically, but to encourage some discussion about the priority with replanting and that sort of thing. I think, those things are not, well, they may reach the same issue. I guess I wanted to push that a little bit. If Mayor, you tell us that let's just wait on those. I'm going to defer to you.
I think we can turn it over to the city manager. I mean, they've already started working on some things and aren't waiting, right? And so I think, there are some things the community can already see, and City Manager Davis, tell us what you'd like to tell us.
Sure. I just to clarify the question, are you wondering about if we've begun some replanting, or are you wondering specifically about the public landscape improvements line, or about what we've been, what we are doing this year around wildfire mitigation?
I am primarily talking about budget for the future, because I'm presuming the work that you're doing right now is not going to get all done this year. And I just want to make sure we're still holding that as a priority.
So what we're doing this year, what we're doing in terms of, so let me just back up real quick. We're doing a lot of public infrastructure improvements and replacement from damages from the Marshall Fire that are not on these lists. So anything in terms of medians and landscaping that was damaged during the Marshall Fire is all in that 13 million of projects that we've submitted to insurance and FEMA, and we're working through the actual, implementation of those projects, replacing that vegetation, putting new vegetation in, and certainly I think part of that is looking at what we're replanting. We've gotten some guidance from council around what they want to see in our medians and replanting, and so we're kind of using that guidance. Does that help?
I'm fine with that. That answers it. Go ahead, Mayor. I'm good with that.
So I think on this topic, where I think we can leave it for today is that we need to have a discussion just to kind of understand where the booster program gets us, what we know there's a gap that remains for the future, and then where there are areas that we don't know. Because, you can't, in 2 months or 1 month, you can't have identified everything. But if there are areas that you don't know, that's appropriate to identify also at a future discussion so we can understand where the gaps would still remain. Does that sound okay to folks on this area? Any other projects or questions on these that are in here? I'd have one question that will recur throughout all of the funds, and so I'll just ask it once. Is there some overview on the fleet? So, there's the information in the packet around electrification and things like that. Could you just talk through where it says in the parks, if it says additions to fleet, how that fits into the electrical vehicle program?
Yeah, I'm glad you asked that question. So anything that includes any fleet replacements or any equipment replacements, all of that will be considered in the decarbonization plan, which we're bringing to City Council in a week. So we're looking holistically at not only our facilities, but also our fleet and equipment and what's going to be necessary to transform those over time. So we'll have that information, and it could be that, and that is not necessarily accounted for because we don't know what the costs of those are going to be. So we have the fleet replacement in here. Those costs could go up when we get to the year of the replacement if we then are transitioning to a hybrid or a fully electric vehicle and we have the infrastructure in place to support it.
Great. Mayor Pro Tem Maloney?
Thank you, Mayor. I guess this question probably for the city manager. I believe it was in January where the city council approved an asset management RFP for open space and parks. Could you, I don't remember what the timing was on that, and I'm looking for is something like that informing this discussion in the future, or I assume it's not ready for this discussion, but could you give us an update on that?
Sure. So it was a parks maintenance management plan, which included a review of our assets and a plan for how we would manage that. So I would love for, Adam to share a little bit more about where it's at and kind of how that's going to potentially look at our assets and our plans for maintaining them.
Thank you.
I would second your desire to have that as a driving factor in these discussions in the future, and I look forward to having that opportunity. That consultant has gotten as far as giving us a outline and a timeline for a receipt of draft recommendations. It will include 2 parts. It will include a summary of findings and overall asset management, as well as best management practices in our parks and resources allocated and that kind of thing. The second part to what they'll be providing is a day-to-day operations annual maintenance plan and recommendations that we'll be able to implement with the new park superintendent and myself. So our draft is due at the end of this month, and we'll have a final review this fall for adoption or review.
Thank you for the report. That's one thing that probably will inform, I think we have to have a ballot issue on the open space and parks next year. So if there's any financial implications, this will be an opportunity to marry the policy direction and the will of the community with potentially funding. Thank you.
All right, and so any other comments on this? I think we have a future discussion teed up around this pretty well. Great. Anything in the cemetery fund? I guess I'd turn it to Director Watson. Did you want to make us a recommendation out of, you gave us some information on the transfer to the cemetery fund and kind of opened it up for a discussion. Would you recommend that we do anything differently in the cemetery fund?
No, I would not, in terms of the transfer. No.
Okay. Any discussion on the cemetery fund? All right, anything on historic preservation fund? Councilmember Lay.
Thank you, Mayor. I don't have anything on the cemetery fund, but I wanted to just go back for just a second to the previous one. There's a big number in there for irrigation in Community Park, right? For replacement.
It's Cottonwood
There's
Park.
Cottonwood Park. In
Cottonwood
future
Park, I'm
years,
sorry.
there is the community park project in 2022, but there's no
And
going back.
It's ongoing. No, I'm talking about Community Park, but that one is underway.
Yes.
And roughly how far along is it?
Director Coer, can you tell us about the progress on community park?
We're probably 80%. It'll be done probably mid-August. We'll be closing out.
Very good. Thanks. That's all.
Right on. All right, so final call for this round on historic preservation fund?
I'm just curious if there's any creative, intelligent people that know any ways that we can use HPC funds for any of the, fire restoration projects. If there's any, I can't really think of how that would work, but if there's any, legitimate use of that fund, I know it's restricted, but I'm just curious if the city has any concepts for how that might get used.
We haven't evaluated if there's any sort of way that you could apply those funds for that, but we can look at it in all of our evaluations.
Like
I'm
preserving the history of our
I'm not in favor
city.
of staff spending any time on that. We have so much to do. It's like $500,000 in use tax and.
I think it's unlikely that.
No,
it
I
would
just
be
mean in
eligible.
general, like the $3 million fund.
Oh, like
The
actually
historic
using the fund.
preservation fund that we have that has lots of money. If there's any reasonable use of that money towards city costs because it preserves the history of our town.
Yeah, I respectfully am also not in favor of that. If we don't think that there is value for the original voter intent of approval of the fund, which was to landmark buildings in downtown and Old Town, really, that's how it was sold. And if we don't think that's going to be expended and is a good program, I think we should eliminate the tax. I just don't see, I would be very uncomfortable with repurposing it to that extent beyond what the voters approved, but I just feel differently than you, but I respect your opinion.
No, I was just curious if there was anything that fit in that world. Like if there was something that actually did fit the voter intent is what I was saying. If there's anything about the recovery that does fit the voter's intent, that we would use those funds for that voter intent. I don't think you and I actually disagree on that. We can talk later.
Perfect. Any other on the Historic Preservation Fund capital? All right, Recreation Fund capital? Councilmember Brown.
Can I ask you a question about the roof replacement? Is that related to the fire, and is that covered by insurance?
City Manager Davis.
Yeah, so we'll see if Adam wants to jump in, or I know Don's been talking to the insurance companies about this too, but we have the entire cost in here. We've already done some repairs to it that we've submitted. Yeah, and do you want to come in? And I think that our sense is we won't get full replacement cost for that. Okay, so the question is about the
Rec center roof.
The rec center roof.
It's going, there's going to be, Kevin Fry is going to submit it for an overlay, and we do expect that it should be covered, related to Marshall Fire damage.
Okay, so we have it in here as a project, and we're anticipating at the current moment in time that we'll get insurance reimbursement.
Correct.
Excellent. Any other questions on recreation capital? Councilmember Most.
Yeah, I think we need to look at the equipment replacement timeline and even the TV replacement timeline, things like that, that we could push out and extend. I really want more details on exactly what they're replacing. I think at one point I was looking through lists and I saw something about dumbbells, and I was kind of like, really, we need to replace dumbbells? I think there's a lot of money in here. I think we put a lot of money into this, and I think there may be some opportunities here to make some cuts, and even if we have to increase fees to do it, then I think that's something we're going to have to think about. But I think there's, when I look through the details, I know some of this is infrastructure and has to do with equipment, and I think we want to stay on top of that, because generally I think if you put off maintenance, it ends up costing you more anyway. But I think there's some things here that we need to really kind of understand the details on and see if we can't make some changes, because I'm looking at, I guess, $75,000 in equipment for next year, and then 100, 120, 150. So I'd like to really kind of dig into that and see if they can't. I know, in an ideal world, that'd be great, but we're not living in one, so.
Mayor Pro Tem Maloney? Councilmember Fahey?
Yeah, I'm wondering how the fee structure is set up for Superior residents to use the Louisville Rec Center, and is the charge to the city of Superior or the town of Superior sufficient to cover the difference between a resident and non-resident use of the facility?
So we don't charge the town of Superior. We have a non-resident rate that we charge customers. So it's different than the library, where the residents of Superior passed a tax. And so the city pays us directly. And in this case, we just have non-resident users that pay a differential fee. I don't know if our new director wants to tell us more about that.
Okay.
I think that's a great recap. They pay a little bit more to offset not paying taxes to fund the facility.
We can pull up the most recent report we had on this and resend it to council. It's in our Laserfiche, and the last couple of times we looked at it, the residents made up something like 70 to 80% of the users, even though, when we get emails from people, they often say it's all non-resident users. And the non-resident rate was then adjusted, to be higher, but it had to, my recollection of the report was that it had to be within a market value that people would still pay, or else we actually had diminishing returns, and we're losing money. So that's my recollection of the report, but we should send that out to everybody again. Councilmember Brown?
Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. I think there's some things in here in the Recreation Fund that are improvements that are nice to have, that in a time when we're challenged financially, we may not be able to invest in. I'm looking specifically at things like the indoor batting cage. I think Councilmember Most, it's not a large number of money, but the TV replacement. I'd be interested in the turf gym shade structure. I think that's a new thing, right? Yeah. I'm thinking, those were the things that jumped out to me immediately. Now, again, none of those things are hugely impactful, but I think we ought to go through here and think like, pool pumps and pool vacuums are things we probably can't get rid of, right? But some of these other nicer things that add to the amenities, we just may not be able to afford right now.
Other folks have comments? Councilmember Fahey?
I just have one other comment. When you do replace the roof, would you please make sure that it's strong enough and clear enough to add, everyone knows, to add solar panels on the roof. Thank you.
So I'll add my comments, not seeing any other. So I think the rec fund and in the open space fund, when we come back and talk about it, we really need to think about the level of service that we're providing to be able to address that structural deficiency. And so this fund is one where we're funding operations and capital out of the same fund. And so there's some interplay between the two things. So I support Councilmember Brown's philosophical direction that we really need to look at taking out new programs that we're adding here in capital at this time and focus on, making sure that we maintain the operations in a good way. So I'm supportive of his suggestion to remove the new capital items. I think if there's an opportunity to recover cost for a program, we should continue it. An example that comes to mind is the summer camp. I know there is a tremendous community interest in summer camp, and I've heard from many parents that they'd be willing to pay a higher amount for summer camp. And my understanding in the past has been we've had some employee recruitment issues, just not being able to get enough counselors. So I think really critically looking at the rate we charge and understanding there's demand for more summer camp. That's my understanding. And so I think we need to consider the cost that we charge and try to set the program cost to match the revenue that we recover. And I don't think we should cut programs that are revenue neutral in this fund. But if there are areas that are big cost sinks, I think we need to understand if those also have a big return on the community. So like if there are senior services that are serving a portion of the population that we really are trying to focus on, we would want to subsidize those. But if there are programs that just have low enrollment and, maybe jazzercise used to be really popular, but now it's yoga or whatever, we should get rid of jazzercise. Just as jazzercise is now popular, says Councilmember Dickinson. Okay, so I just think philosophically this is one where the interplay between capital and operations is important to think about, and this is one where I think we're going to have to tighten up a little bit over the next couple of years. Mayor Pro Tem Maloney.
It's late, call me whatever. This goes back to the question I asked about the asset management approach. And some of these things, I'm sorry, the dumbbells do wear out. But this is a thing where the building infrastructure and all sorts of those things need to be maintained at a level that at least lasts as long as the bond. So this is why I brought this up earlier. This is a concern. I understand some of these are interesting amenities. There's requests for those too. I mean, I was shocked when we were talking about reopening the rec center and sort of asking what kind of classes do you want? What do you want for dumbbells or whatever it might be? So the view needs to be the purpose of the center. But certainly infrastructure is absolutely number one, and I think 3 or 4 of you mentioned that, and I completely agree. Thank you.
Okay, so I just want to be clear. There are several things that are new expenditures in here. Is there support from everyone to remove sort of the new items? And focus on the replacement items? I'm seeing nods all around. Is that clear enough direction, City Manager Davis? Okay. Anything else on the rec fund? We still have to have the operations discussion, but on the capital, people are good. Councilmember Lay.
Yeah, the only thing I was going to say is I'm fine with what you just said, with just the proviso that if there are if there are equity issues that would suggest that some of these items are better to leave in, I guess I would want some information on that. But with that kind of proviso, I'm fine with what you've suggested.
I think I understand what you're saying, and from what I see, I don't think that's an issue, but if staff can flag anything that is an issue around that we want it to come back to our attention. They're nodding, Councilmember Lay. Perfect. Okay, so that takes us to the capital projects fund, so maybe looking at the first 15 or 20, and I am targeting trying to have us end the meeting at some point in time. I know some people were aiming for 5. But we do need to get through this. It's really important. Councilmember Brown.
Thank you. I want to ask some questions about the decorative streetlight conversions. and the downtown streetlight conversions. First of all, what's the difference between line 39 and 40? Are
I'll
those
turn it
both
over to Emily
LED,
Hogan.
are those both LED conversions, or are they different in some way, or how's that work?
Assistant City Manager Emily Hogan's going to talk about that.
Okay, thanks.
The decorative lights are the ones throughout the neighborhoods. We started converting those last year in '21 and had a 5-year phasing plan to convert those to LED. The downtown streetlights is a very specific location for that project. We've been looking at different options for converting those to LED. But there's just different needs in terms of aesthetics and other uses for those lights, which requires more of an in-depth process than the decorative lights, which we're converting through Excel, and they'll maintain ownership of those lights.
Okay, and so they are converting to an LED, is that right?
Yes.
I mean, I think we should think about, that's a sizable amount of money, and as much as important as it is, we should think about whether that's the right schedule at this point, or whether we should try to push some of those conversions out a bit.
So I'll just weigh in on the streetlight conversions. I'm open to what you're saying. So like in the example of the downtown streetlight conversion, we cannot repair the streetlights that we have, and many of them are in very poor shape. So like when someone hits one with a car, or someone's ringing around one in a really fun way, like Singing in the Rain, they get damaged, and then we can't actually get the parts that we need. And so we have been working on this for a number of years to try to get a program to be able to maintain the lights that are in town in a way that they look maintained and not decrepit. So I am open to the idea of delaying and deferring it. I just think we need to think about how we do it. And the thing that gives me some heartburn on the neighborhood conversion program is that lighting and trash are very personal, and I would actually rather do it all in 1 year. Just, it's like ripping the Band-Aid off. And again, the asset's at the end of its useful life, and we have to replace it with an LED, and there's limited choice. And people have really strong feelings in lots of different ways that don't match their neighbors' really strong feelings about lighting. Like some people want very bright neighborhoods so that they can see like it's daytime all the time, and other people want dark, no street lights anywhere, and those people live right next door to each other. So it's really hard, and I almost would want to clump all of those into 1 year so that it's on Facebook and then it's done.
Can I just ask a question?
Councilmember
What's the difference between 39 and 40?
39 is all the neighborhood streetlights, like that's all the streetlights in all the neighborhoods. 40 is the downtown streetlights.
Oh, okay, got it, okay.
Councilmember Fahey.
Are all of these lights in both 39 and 40 going to be downward?
All of them are dark sky
Dark
lights.
sky, okay, thank you.
For previous council discussion. Unfortunately, I remember every discussion. Councilmember Dickinson.
We're just moving down the list, right?
Are we done with lights? I mean, there was a proposal to move them out. Councilmember Lay.
I am similarly interested in those. My understanding from Director Kohler is there's a report that they're developing for council on the lighting program. I don't know when that's going to be available. He may be able to shed some light on that.
Director Kohler or Director Hogan, do you want to talk about the timing of the report?
Oh gosh, I made a joke and I didn't even intend to.
You meant to do it. We know it.
We're actually wrapping up, and it's a report just on the downtown lights. We're actually wrapping it up. We actually have a few pilot lights installed right now throughout downtown of different color temperatures and brightness. So we're keeping those up through the end of the month, and then we'll have the final report done. So it is something we could bring forward fairly soon.
Great.
One thought that I have, I mean, this is right in Ward 1, and I am conscious of that, I'm a little sensitive about that. But I also recognize that we have, we can keep rationalizing why we're doing what we're doing, this budget is based on, or these numbers are based on all rational assumptions. But I think we have to bear in mind that what we're trying to do is to make room for a program which is really important. And I think it's important to people in Ward 1, even though they're not benefiting, directly from it, that grant program. And so I really would hope that we might consider moving those, certainly moving them out. I get the mayor's comment. I don't know, maybe it's easy for me to say, but I think we can put up with some of the, we can put in some shared sacrifice, I think, in terms of having to deal with the complaints. I just think that how we stage that is pretty important, and I think it's lower down on my priority list. I'd be interested in what anybody.
I guess I'll just, well, this is not a passion of mine. I think that there are some practical reasons to proceed on this path with this project. This is one of those things where sometimes the best of intentions creates quite a lot more cost and whipsaw effect. So this is a project that's been in the works for quite a few years, and it takes a lot of effort to staff up Excel to the point where they're ready to go, and they've already started on a conversion replacement process for us. So then to undeploy them and then try to redeploy them in the future, I think actually creates some problems. So I would recommend we just leave it where it is. If you want to say, well, Ashley, now you're leaving something in the budget, and what do you cut? I think it's easier to cut the Via Appia Road diet, which is $3 million. So if we need, I'm not unwilling to move things around, and I understand what people are trying to do here, but I think I would not I guess I would say I do not support moving this project around. I think it actually will create more problems given how far down the road we are in our agreements with our partners on this.
I think I'd like to see what the report says that Emily's talking about.
Sure, and I would encourage us to all read the reports that we've already gotten as well. Councilmember Brown?
Yeah, thanks. I won't fall on my sword over the lights downtown. I'm just trying to identify potential costs. The road diet was actually next on my list, as a matter of fact.
Well,
so we talked about this previously, and is my understanding is that it was sort of right-sizing Via Appia for the amount of traffic, and it would bump outs and things like this that Kurt presented. So and nobody has been kind of a bigger advocate of traffic safety, pedestrian safety, I think, on council than I have, but we may not be able to afford that anymore. So I'm willing to put that on the table. The other thing I was going to put on the table, which I hate doing this as well.
Let's do one at a time.
Okay.
And so my proposal for the road diet is we've submitted that for funding from DRCOG. So I think we should leave it in the plan if we get funding and then take it out if we don't.
And I would just comment that right now we have the full amount in the budget, so we could pull the full amount out and put in only what the Louisville share would be for that grant.
Perfect.
And then if we get it, we get it, and if we don't, then we take
delay
that
the
smaller
project.
amount of money, but that gives us, we requested almost $2.5 million from DRCOG.
That's great. Thank you
Okay.
very much.
Is everybody okay going on that route? I see nodding all around. Mayor Pro Tem Maloney.
Are we going page by page? Is that what we're doing here?
No, I said look at approximately the first 20
Okay.
new projects in the capital projects fund.
All right, so going back to some of the charts that Director Watson showed us about the money that the golf course has, we made a decision back when the golf course was barely covering its operating cost that we would fund capital costs out of the capital fund. And the last 3 years, maybe more than the last 3 years, the golf course has had unprecedented a number of golfers and revenue, and now we're building up a fund balance. So I'm not going to pick the ones, but there are plenty of items in the capital list that I would suggest that we consider having the golf course pay for. And one that's coming up soon is golf course equipment replacement for mowers and all that kind of stuff. So I'm not going to pick and choose those, but as a strategic direction, I would like to see the golf course use some of that fund balance for capital items.
So when we see it again, if we can have moved the highest priority capital projects for the golf course back into the golf fund, and then if there are things, that would make that fund balance go negative, obviously don't drive it negative, but move them back into the CIP. Is that a direction folks are comfortable with? I'm seeing nodding all around.
Does that include golf carts?
Yes.
Right, because I feel like golf carts is something that maybe could get, so a combination of moving some things over, delaying some things, and completing some things through the CIP, but I think the golf carts maybe could be put off here. And I don't know what portion of the amount those are, but anyways, thought.
Could we send back out the golf cart staff write-up that we got?
About the equipment replacement, the electric?
Yeah,
Yes.
just the plan on the golf cart replacement, if we could just resend that to people.
Yep.
Could we
Yes,
get
there's a
people to
memo.
sponsor the golf carts, perhaps?
All right, so I think philosophically, does that direction make sense? City Manager Davis, do you need any more direction on the golf ones? So people don't need to bring up any specific golf ones anymore, right? For the time being. In the next, Councilmember Fahey?
On the electric equipment, does that include the mowers for the golf course as well?
Yep.
The mowers, the weed blowers, the carts, everything is going to be electric for the golf?
Mayor Pro Tem Maloney.
They are testing devices. Unfortunately, right now, they cannot mow all of the course with a charge. So the technology, battery technology is not quite there. There's probably, I'll let Adam talk more about this, but we absolutely want to move this direction, and there's also the potential for doing autonomous as well. So Adam probably has a better perspective on this than I do.
Yeah, I'll just comment on the request and the sheet that you'll find in your packet. I think the majority of the equipment is moving to some type of a hybrid technology. We are evaluating the autonomous technology as well. There is still, though, with just general productivity, I guess, or efficiency, there are still a few pieces of equipment that are diesel powered, but the effort and the energy is still being made to the future of moving away from that type of equipment.
Okay, because I know that they were looking at buying almost robotic mowers. That's, okay, so that's what we're trying to do?
Yeah, that's what we're evaluating.
Okay, great.
If that
Thank you.
technology is going to result in the effective mowing that we're looking for, so.
Okay, so we're sort of on like all the way through, let's say 62. Any other comments on that section? Councilmember Brown?
Thanks. We talked, I think this may go similar to the conversation we just had about downtown lighting, but let's talk a little bit about the utility line undergrounding. I assume that's an Excel thing that we have them queued up as well.
So Excel Energy, if we could resend the utility ground underlining packet to council members. The Excel Energy has a charge they put to customers on their monthly bill that builds up an undergrounding fund.
Oh, I
And
see.
so
Okay.
we have funds that we can direct them to expend, and we have to match certain costs when there are other utilities associated with the undergrounding. So like if Comcast has a line on a power pole, it won't necessarily be covered, so we cover some of the cost. So when you open up that CIP sheet, there should be more detail on the split from the city cost versus, like how much is coming from the capital fund versus how much is coming from them. So the whole expenditure is listed here in the 1.3, but if you go to the sheet itself, you'll see the split on the revenues.
Okay, so I think that's part of the thing that's a little bit confusing about this spreadsheet is just that, like, if we're trying to find city costs, city expenditures from the capital projects fund, that will help us get to a more balanced situation long-term with the capital projects fund. That's not what we have here.
Well, so in the high-level sheet at the top, it's the expenditure, but if you go down to the CIP sheet that matches that, so like on that particular one I'm getting there, CIP sheet 54 is that one. I'm almost there. Okay, so it is 217,000 in contingency on the project to get to the 1.3, and it has offsetting revenue of $1 million. If you see down in the grants line,
Yeah, I see that.
so that means of the $1.3 million project, 300,000 is coming from the capital fund.
All right.
And the way we record that, that's absolutely correct. The way we record this is we always put the gross cost on the expenditure because that's the budget amount that we need. That's the legal appropriation. And then we have the revenue in the capital projects fund to offset that.
So that grant will be put into the capital
Right.
projects fund.
Yeah, I guess it's just hard, it's hard from looking at this summary sheet to
Right.
try to figure out how much, what percentage we actually control. Like, I don't want to cut things that are coming from other sources, right? Like, that doesn't make any sense fiscally, right? And it doesn't save us any money, but it does, but it's, anyway, for what it's worth.
I got it. I
So
got
when
it.
you, so we can
Yeah.
we'll make these changes and talk about them, and then when you see that final roll-up that shows those bars that Director Watson was showing us, the bar will reflect the total.
Yeah, that makes sense, as it should. It's just hard for me to know if a specific line that we're looking at here is going to be terribly impactful on the deficit, right? Those bars that you're talking about.
I mean, a simple fix, we could just highlight those ones that have offsetting revenue.
That'd be great.
And then that could lead you to go look at the, okay.
The sheet.
Thank you,
That's a
Director.
great idea.
I appreciate that. Thank you very much.
Mayor Pro Tem Maloney.
A similar one is the pickleball courts, which is on that same page, where we'd be looking for, what's GOCO stand for? There you go. This is one of those things where if we could get funding, or at least significant funding, I support it. And somebody who plays pickleball, but, $500,000, that's something we would want to consider. But if we don't get the funding, then I would want to talk about it.
Is everybody supportive on that one? I see a lot of nodding.
So just to clarify, you're saying that unless we get some kind of funding for it, you think we should pull it? I'm just trying to understand what you said, Dennis.
That's what he said.
Yes. Okay.
Okay, I didn't hear, so great.
Yeah, I mean, I think as much as I know we have to cut all this stuff, I'm sure you've seen the emails. Pickleball is like the fastest growing sport in America right now. And the number of people that participate and the cost of once you have those courts is really relatively low, and there's so much demand for this. So I would really hope we could find a way to do that with funding, because I think it's really important.
Can I just want to say, this is also in your deleted packet, you may or may not have noticed. So we actually intended to take this out of this, and so I apologize for that, not catching that. So I would say it is in 2025 and 2026. We haven't done any planning around siting for pickleball courts, which actually would require a community conversation. This activity is very popular, and there would need to be parking discussions and noise discussions, and we would have to cite it. And so I think that we could take this out, and when we come back to do the CIP for 2025-26 budget, we could have some more information.
What about putting lines on I know there's a lot of demand for our current tennis courts, but what about putting lines on the existing tennis courts and making those little nets available and having limited times or something? I mean, I know we're trying to pull things out and it's a different conversation, but just to put in the back of your mind, Megan.
Yeah, I'll make a real quick comment on that. So there are certain courts where that may be feasible. We have a really good relationship with the United States Tennis Association, and they do not recognize events or tournaments played with pickleball lines on the court. But if, for example, in this upcoming budget, there's still tennis court renovations, at one of the parks that isn't utilized by USTA, we can certainly consider that with our striping.
Okay, so this one's coming out. Any other comments maybe in the lines? I guess it's on page 60 of the PDF. Anything else on that page? Okay, on the next page. Mayor Pro Tem Maloney.
So this is the lingering $93,000. I thought we were going to find some way to clear this out.
Actually, that's the $93,500 that we have budgeted for, for this year.
And so then it's zero forever after that.
So is it,
Well, actually, there's a little bit left. But if we don't spend it, then we would use that for debt service.
which is fine with me.
Okay.
So do we need to program that in 2023? Or that would be not a capital expenditure, that would just be debt service?
That'll be it'll be just transferred to the debt service fund to.
Perfect.
Thank
Is
you.
everybody okay with that? Okay, in the water utility fund,
Can I ask a question?
Councilmember Most.
Yeah, what's the ditch lining program that's?
Tell me
going-
which number?
It's, oh, sorry. Oh, that's already for this year, never mind. It's already budgeted for this year, forget it.
Okay.
Never mind.
Any-
Oh, no, wait, we have more in next year, 107.
Director Coer, do you want to tell us about SBR ditch lining?
Yes, we have a few ditches that cross over South Boulder Road, and those are metal culverts. And those culverts are deteriorating, and it's the city's responsibility to fix those culverts because of the road going over the ditches. This project was delayed because of some of the underpass locations were going to impact that project, and it would naturally have occurred through that. Now that we've moved past the underpass conversation, we need to get these culvert linings done.
All right, wastewater? All right. Stormwater? All right. Golf course fund, I think we talked about adding some additional capital projects here, so we pretty well covered that. Any other discussion on that? Seeing none. Technology management? Fleet management? And so we'll have the bigger discussion around decarbonization when that comes forward. So that takes us to the all funds summary on capital. So I think we gave a few examples where there were some strategies to look at changing for the next time we talk about it, and that'll give people some time to look through these sheets in a little more detail. If there are other questions, we should send those over to Megan, so she can get those answers back to us. So go ahead and look through those some more. We have about 15 minutes left of the meeting since we're only half an hour over, and I was planning to go 45 minutes over. So with the last 15 minutes, just if we could talk just at a very high level a little bit about the operational deficit so that we can get a jump start on the next meeting. Because I think if we don't have any discussion around it, then we'll just be asking for new data at the next meeting instead of being able to have the staff come in with some potential information for us. So I brought some operational areas for us to see some considerations in. And I just will say that it's always very hard to stop anything that you're doing operationally because somebody in town loves it. Like even if there's something that's driving 10 people crazy, someone else loves it. The example I'll think of is like airport noise drives so many people crazy. It's a huge problem to me. There's health issues. I hear about it from most of the residents, but then bless his heart, Brad Walker from Superior will come and tell us why he loves it. And so like there's just different perspectives. So I just, I recognize anything I say is somebody's thing they love. And my goal is not to, upset anyone or hurt anyone's feelings, but just thinking about how to right-size the budget so we can address this operational deficiency that we've all identified as the place where my heart is coming from. So one area I think we should look at a little bit critically when we come back and talk about the operational budget is just memberships that don't result in any kind of grant funding. So like I participate in a number of outside city boards, other members of council do too. And there's a really good reason why we have joined each different organization over time. And I think we need to look at our memberships for the next couple of years and explain to the organization that we won't be paying membership dues for the next couple of years. And if that means that we won't be part of the organization for a couple of years, I don't, each one, there's a reason why we belong to it and they're beloved, and sometimes you have to not renew your membership. So I would like to look at memberships. You can offer your list of things to cut next, Councilmember Fahey.
Don't cry, Deb.
I'm interested in understanding the library services that we provide in the town of Superior, and if there are costs associated with that we're incurring. And I would be interested in understanding reducing the services only that we provide in the town of Superior. I don't totally understand what costs they're bearing of that and what costs we are, and so I don't know if that would actually result in any savings. But I'm interested in understanding that better. And again, if other people can offer their lists of things to think about on an ongoing basis, and these are just some things I've been trying to think about to get some balance. I'd be interested in delaying filling the second economic vitality position. We have a department of 2 now. We used to have a department of 1. And I'd be interested in looking at delaying filling that position to see how that affects our budget, and potentially changing the scope of the position from a director scope to a manager scope to see the impact that would have. I'm interested in understanding what the right size community policing program is for our community and a community of our size, and how that compares to the others around us on a per capita basis.
How do we do that?
Well, so a lot of things in our general fund are about level of service. So there are a lot of services we provide. So like just a stark example is the different approach to policing that we have than Superior has, right? They have no police department. So there are 2 communities right next to each other with very different approaches to community policing. And I'm not saying I support their approach, because I don't think that's effective at all. And I think our police department is tremendous, and I want absolutely to do all the things we've done with their salary and their retirements and those. And so in order to pay officers what they're worth, and they're absolutely worth their weight in gold, so we need to pay them adequately and make sure their retirement is adequate. And those changes have significantly expanded the cost. And so I think we need to understand what is the size of a department we can afford for a community of our size. And I understand that's a very hard conversation.
Well, right, and taking out the one department, for example, doing a program review systematically for all of our service entities makes sense, because are we meeting the needs of the community, or has the scope expanded over time? I can think of some of the things we do with trees, for example. The scope is widened over time because somewhere along the ways there was an idea that we should give community members advice on their trees. Is that really the most important thing that area should be doing? So that's
Right.
a program review. And so I support the concept of considering, like, every couple of years, looking at departments and saying, okay, what's the purpose?
Yep.
And is it
And I think the city manager laid it out that, we got into this mess over a number of years, and it's going to take a number of years to get out of this mess. You described it much more eloquently. But that was the gist of it. So I think what you're saying is like, yeah, we need to understand the impacts of it and not do anything rash and harshly. But and my next area was forestry, so it's like you're reading off my sheets. But I think we need to understand the service level we're trying to provide, and then understand a strategy to match the department to the service level.
Well, I agree with the concept. I think it's an important step to go through, and it renews our view on the service that the community is expecting. Thank you.
And so the next one to talk about is in parks, just understanding the forestry program and the different approaches to addressing our forestry needs. And similar, I already brought up in recreation, understanding which program areas can cost recover and which ones are maybe not contemporary programs that we need to offer anymore. So that's sort of the gist of it. I know what you were saying, Mayor Pro Tem Maloney, around the departmental review and things like that. Was it 2 years ago we went down a course, and I think we had said PD and parks were the area we wanted to start with on the review, and then COVID happened, and so we didn't get to that, and this, that, and the other. So I don't think any of this is particularly new, but I do think we now are in a place where we can't delay any longer. So I don't know that we can delay to do a full exhaustive study. I think we might have to take some actions, but strategically, we need to think holistically about like what you're describing, so. So that was awful. Anyone else want to add anything? Councilmember Dickinson.
Yeah, I wasn't prepared today for the conversation, just on my own. Hadn't prepared thoughts on that. But there is, obviously, Director Watson pointed out, and we don't have control so much over the revenue side. We have control over the expense side. And so, when the numbers are flipped and it looks bad, it's like we need to figure out how to decrease our expenses to match the revenue that we think we're getting in. But certainly there are things that we can affect on the revenue side. So we can't just choose to have more sales tax. But like, for example, one of you, I think it reminds me of like cutting IRS staff. Like, oh, no. You should pay for your IRS staff that collects revenue. So, diminishing the economic vitality committee role or director role for me would be the wrong, like that. We need to fill Kohl's, we need to fill Lowe's, we need to fill the vacant red tail space. We need to fill, like, that role to me will bring in a lot more money than it'll cost to have. And so I do think there's a lot of room for growth financially for us, Cinnabar, again, all these places that we know that we need to get more economic vitality in. So that's a harder conversation because, again, we can't fill Kohl's ourselves, right? But I do hope that we can focus some attention on that, attraction and help ourselves by increasing the revenue number at the same time as we're doing some of the things you're talking about of decreasing the expenses. And I know that part's more fun to talk about, Mayor, so I appreciate you talking about the hard stuff. But yeah, I do think it does go both ways, and there are two ways to solve the imbalance, right? And so what can we do to get revenues up is another part of the conversation, but not so much in a budgetary.
No,
Yeah,
I totally agree with you. I just haven't seen what you've described to be accurate on how the position has worked in the past. And so I would look forward to understanding how that could work so that we advertise for the right position and make sure we define the role we fill to do what you've described, Yeah,
and I think as a council, we also have opportunities for policy decisions that, encourage development, right? And so that's on us to make sure we're also encouraging someone to occupy Kohl's, right? With our own policymaking and the way in which we deal with stuff. So again, that's bigger conversations, that's longer stuff, but that's all part of the equation. I know how to spell that word. It's all part of the equation, right? And so I just want to make sure we don't go without talking about it.
Great. Any other operational things that we want to talk about when it comes back, looking at balancing that structural imbalance? It looks like Councilmember Most.
I just want to make a comment. I think it would be really helpful, and I don't know how complicated this would be looking at trying to understand programs in terms of have to have and nice to have, right? Because I'm sure there's a lot of things that we're doing that are sort of functionally required, and whether it's because of policy or because of programs or financial things, to be able to look at some of this stuff programmatically and understand, what's an essential service and what's a non-essential service. And I don't know.
Could you describe that more if that is something we're going to have when we come back? I'm struggling to understand what you mean because, for example, water service is it's a fee-for-service program. It's in an enterprise fund. And so pitting water service against the library.
No, but I'm not trying to pit those things against each other. I'm trying to find out the things that we're spending money on that aren't considered essential services, and just kind of nice to have things that we're funding in the city. And I don't like to, I don't want to get anybody apoplectic, but for example, how much money are we spending on, our Friday night festivals and things like that? I mean, those are really wonderful things about our city that people love, but those are not essential services. even though they may be highly valued services. So I'm trying to understand, are there places where we're going to have to make some hard decisions about things that are really great, but, we have to make cuts? And to me, you can't cut programs. I don't know, maybe it's not like that. Maybe all the essential services are fee for whatever. I just don't know. I just like to have some idea of things that, we think of as more nice to have as opposed to, have to have. And
Yes, I just would ask the city manager if that's enough information to provide information back to Councilmember Most.
That
I don't want
useful?
to
Maybe
deny
it's
you
not
information.
useful.
I don't have enough information to know how to give you the information you've asked for.
Yeah, I think, it would be challenging. It's subjective. And what we found some of it's not. What we found during COVID was that, there's a lot of discussion about essential services. And that kind of all went to who has to be here in person and who has to be out of the office. But yet people who, write the checks and get the bills paid are essential too. So I think it's just different ways of defining that. We certainly can share sort of what some of our core functions and core services are, but.
it may not be useful context. It's something that I do a lot with businesses when I'm trying to consult with them and help them say, okay, what is it that you really have to do, and what are the things that you are doing that you don't really have to be doing, that aren't part of your core business. And
I think part of it why I'm stuck is because there are voter-approved taxes for things that people might not traditionally think of as essential services, but like that's the only thing that tax revenue can be used for. So I'm just hung up on it, but maybe we could get expenditures by program area.
I don't know if there's a way to do it, but it just seems to me that if we have a lot of cuts to make and we're not making a lot of progress, that we're going to have to think about it in some way that begins to, make piles of things that we can cut and piles of things that we can't cut.
Councilmember Brown?
Thanks, Mayor. I was gonna approach it in a little different way. I think because, in many ways, the library is an essential service. Right. It's an essential service to my children, and yet a lot of people would say, it's not essential. I never go to the library. Why the heck do you have it? So I think instead of thinking of it as nice to have or have to have, I would suggest that we just think about what kind of savings can we make by various levels of service reductions. And is that an hourly kind of conversation? If the rec center isn't open as often or as long, if the library isn't open as often or as long, if the golf course, that's I think the kind of service reduction that we probably need to think about. And then we as a council need to decide, given our priorities with fire recovery and a rebate program or a grant program, and where we need to find the money in order to fund those things, then we need to talk about what the appropriate service level reductions are. For the record, I hate this discussion. I have hated basically this entire discussion today. But this is what we all signed up for. And so now we all have to go and face our neighbors and say, as much as I want to expand the service that you care about, we don't have the money right now. So anyway, I just want to throw that out there because I have suggested cutting some things that even 3 or 4 months ago I would have never thought we would have had to deal with. Things that make Louisville great, things that add to potentially to safety and an infrastructure. And I don't want to reduce the hours at the library or the rec center or the golf course or any of those things. But we have to fix this imbalance, and we have to try to get our people home, and that's what my priority is right now.
Other folks? Okay, I think we have a lot of information to bring back. The last area is are there things missing from the budget that people want to add? And I think it's important to bring them up now so that we sort of try to have a collection of all of the things. All right, well, I have one area, but since I offered a bunch of cuts, I think it's fair. So I'm interested in some funding around potentially doing some drone mapping on the border of our town around US 36. I believe there's some potential to explore telecommunications improvements through drone use or potential mapping service. And my understanding currently, and I'll explore it more and bring back some more of a concrete proposal for council and costs, but my understanding is that we can file flight plans for our drone mapping exercise that we would need, and they occupy airspace. And so I think we might need to do some extensive drone mapping every Friday, Saturday, and Sunday during the summers.
At 6 o'clock in the morning?
From 6 o'clock in the morning until 8 o'clock at night. So I'll bring back some more information around the program and the costs and how it might work. Any other new programs or projects? All right. Seeing that, I think we have a lot of work to do, but this was a really great first meeting, kind of getting into it. For folks tuning in, there are several other public hearings that will come once we have a more concrete budget. We'll have the actual official public hearing, but we'll have a lot more input opportunities. If your favorite thing on earth was talked about in a way that you don't like, we would love to hear it. And if your favorite thing on earth that you heard about was talked in a way you do like, we also would like to hear about it. So we look forward to more conversation. And just really huge thank you to Megan Davis, our interim city manager, who's done so much work on this. Thank you, Megan. You're amazing. We love you.
Thank you, and
thank
thanks
you
to
very
staff and
much
Kevin.
to the rest of the staff who puts in hundreds of hours to get to this point. And of course, Director Watson, who even in your retirement continues to help us with our budget. So thank you so much, sir. We really appreciate it. Thanks to everybody. Have a lovely day.